Good morning, brother Mfundishi. It's my pleasure to be here in your very, very beautiful home. Um, I want to talk a little bit about your background and your history. Tell us a little bit about yourself and something about these beautiful, I mean, awesomely beautiful African. They're not just African mass. They represent African history and African culture and legacy, and we learn a lot about our ancestors. But first, let's learn a little bit about you.
Well, I'm a relatively simple man, you know. My father and my lineage goes back to Tanzania, East Africa. And so we're a lineage of chiefs and priests. So from about 10 years old here in America, I've been training, you know, and learning as much as I can. But I didn't really get conscious until I was about 14 years old. I belonged to the Organization of Afro-American Communities. That's where I met El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, Malcolm X. And I became a member of the youth organization of the Afro-American Unity. And then later I met Balozi Zaid Mohammed, who introduced me to Mfundishi and Malana Karenga and Amiri Baraka. And so that was my background, you know. So I worked with CFUN, Committee for Unified Newark, helping elect the first black mayor in New Jersey, in Newark, New Jersey. I went to college at Norfolk State University in Norfolk, Virginia.
What'd you study in?
I was an architect engineer in history. So that was my background. I went as an engineer, you know.
Did you get a degree?
Surely. From Norfolk State, I got a degree in history and in engineering. And then I went on to Rutgers Graduate School and got a master's at Rutgers and went to University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, received another master's degree, then came back and did another master's degree dealing with ancient Egyptian history, chematology.
You also have a PhD?
And I have a PhD, this also in anthropology and history.
Anthropology and history?
Right.
Oh.
So, you know, in 1980, let me get the years right, I worked as a teacher. Actually, I was the first full instructor of Neteru Educational Institute, an independent private black institution in New Brunswick, New Jersey. And for graduation, Brother Dr. Charles Gray was the founder of that school, Neteru Educational Institute. And for graduation, since I was the history teacher, we brought in Dr. Ben. And I had, since I was the history teacher and I was teaching Kiswahili and things like that, and we had a fantastic staff. Professor Kasahun, who was the head of Black Sea Press and all of that, was we were colleagues at Rutgers University. And so we brought Dr. Ben in as a keynote speaker, and I saw his video because I had to read it, and I said, oh, this is somebody I need to know. So in 1981, I made my first trip to Egypt with Dr. Ben. But this was in the 1970s when I first was introduced to Dr. Ben. So I made 5 trips to Egypt with Dr. Ben. That also led me to go deeper into my history because I was just studying all of Africa. When I met Dr. Ben, it allowed me to concentrate on ancient Kemet. So, you know, I want to give Dr. Ben, you know, his kudos.
Great. Now, I don't know if you want to talk about your martial arts experience before we deal with this, but there's a connection here. So give me the connection between your martial arts discipline as a teacher, as a competitor, in fact, a world competitor and champion. So talk to us a little bit about the two and the connection.
Yes, well, again, my martial arts started in 1964 is when I first started, you know, and under my Infudishi Maasi, and I took Bando, Burmese boxing first. And I trained with Bando all the way till I went to college. And when I graduated from college in 71, I got into Chinese Shaolin Kung Fu. And I matriculated up into an 8th degree master became 3 times national champion in Shaolin Kung Fu, got a free trip to China. There I was awarded my 8th degree. I was a 7th degree before I went. I came back and I was into the African martial arts starting around 1980. And then by 1985, I was awarded Malanga, that's master in the African martial arts. And I took 3 more world championships and became Mfundishi in 1992, which is great Grandmaster. My trips to Africa, myself and several other people, I made sure that I was studying. Every time I'd go to an African country, I wanted to know what was your indigenous arts. So I learned grappling, from Ghana, from Senegal, from Benin. I traveled to Mali. I went inside. I did hand-to-hand grappling in Sudan.
What is grappling? What is grappling? Hand-to-hand grappling?
It's today what they would actually call mixed martial arts. It's like wrestling, jiu-jitsu, judo, throws, holds, locks. We are the creators of that. Before there was a China, a Japan. The arts in Africa, you have to understand, the Japanese just got to Japan about 2,000 years. Africa already, our arts was over 100,000 years old. Organized art. In ancient Kemet, you can see the friezes on the wall of grappling techniques, throws, locks, holds. You can see the foundation of yoga, all those things. You see, what I learned in Africa is that all this was connected. The meditation, the yoga, the martial, well, we call it the Muntu arts, because Muntu was the patron, the nature of war based upon Ma'at. Europeans call it martial based upon their god, who was a killer. So we call our art the Muntu arts. And you can see Muntu Hotep was the reunifier of the second golden age in ancient Kemet. And Muntu was depicted by a great falcon, an eagle like Haru. All right, so that's what we do. I do the Muntu arts. Okay, and Kupagana and Gumi is part of that. But people only know martial arts, so I have to make a reference there so that they know exactly what you was doing. One of the things when we were going through our initiation, when I became a great spiritual high priest in ancient Kemet, and I want to make this, before I go into that, I want to make this statement, is that the prototype of the warrior priest is totally African. When we see the Buddhist monk, when we see the Tibetan Lama, when we see Shaolin priest, when we see all that pattern comes from ancient Kemet. And the Kemet temples, in the morning, you adorn Ra, you did your prayer, meditation, and yoga postures. And then you went into the Muntu arts, the warrior art. And then in the evening, you practice your craft. So that's what was done among the Buddhists, and all of those temples you see were imitating. Now, they shaved their heads bald because they saw some of the priests bald. But all the priests in Kemet were not bald. Wild priests were bald, and some priests, but priests had locks, and priests were bald. So, in ancient Kemet. But that's the prototype of all of throughout Asia, of the warrior, the spiritual warrior monk and all of that came from ancient Kemet. One of the things we had to do, here in the background, you'll see a real leopard skin. Well, when I became a high priest, you couldn't go to Macy's and buy a leopard skin. You had to go out to prove yourself that you were really this warrior. You had to go out. So myself and 2 others, a group of 3 of us, went out and we actually tracked down and trapped the leopard, and we had to kill it with our own hands. No guns, only with spears and knives and sword. And so this is my particular leopard skin that I wear at particular ceremonies. And so it was cured and done all on the African continent. And then I just brought it back to America. So when I do ceremonies and things of that nature, I actually wear this particular leopard skin that was actually done with my own hands.
Wonderful.
Okay. And then you'll see a list of different masks that you will see up on the wall. And as I would travel to each of the countries, I've been to, again, over 24 countries on the African continent. training with the martial arts, understanding the spiritual science, I would gather these masks up and bring them back. So they all have some significant meaning, you know, like even from the Benin lost wax, bronze sculpture, the Dogon pieces that you see up top here. I had the privilege of traveling with, excuse me. Okay.
You were saying you traveled with Asa?
So I had the privilege of traveling with Asa Hilliard to Mali and visit the Dogon. And so these were some things that I brought back. So all those pieces up top here, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, not the one on the end, but all of these were Dogon pieces that I was able to bring back. And that was a tremendous trip. So I want to give praise to our ancestor, you know.
I wanted to kind of focus on these a little bit before we begin our interview. Kemet, can you kind of go into what some of these pieces are here and kind of their meaning and why?
Yeah, well, what we're seeing here is just a collection of carving statues of ancient Kemetic Neteru. And Neteru are principles and laws of nature. And so they're not gods and goddesses, you know, like Asar up here at the top. He represents all the kings of ancient Kemet. Asar was believed in mythology to be the first king, the first ruler of ancient Kemet. And he represents birth, resurrection, death, and reborn. And so when a king dies, he is Asar. And that's what they'll call him, like a Amen Asar. In their living form, they represent Haru, the great falcon. And so Haru is depicted a lot of times as the living ruler becomes Haru. Inpu represents transformation in his Sahu, the mummification process. Khnum with the ram's horn represents the molder. He is the one that in the Quran and the biblical says man was molded from the black earth. Well, the molder is Khnum, and that comes from Sudan. In fact, almost all of these ancient Neteru have their origins in the south of Kemet, in the Sudan. And so as we go deeper into our lecture, I'll talk about that first, because Kemet owes its existence into the interior of Africa. I want to make sure people understand that Kemet is the mouthpiece of the African continent. Sometimes we forget, we glorify the lips and the mouth and forget about the body and the head and all the history that brought forth into Kemet. And so anyhow, these are just Neteru that represent principles, laws that talks about ancient Kemet. I'm going to be in the corner right here, man, boys.
I can call you doctor since I know you have a PhD. But again, I'd like to begin with Nubia. I'd like to get a better understanding of Nubia. Who is the Nubian? Where do they come from? And what is their contribution to world civilization? And look at some of the specific things that are done. I know when we was in the exhibit on Nubia at the Boston Museum, you pointed out some artifacts that were made in Nubia thousands of years ago that the science really is only now catching up with. In fact, talk about Nubia first, but let's make that a part of.
Okay, I want to be real clear. First, I want to straighten up the terminology. When we use the word Nubia, there was no ancient place called Nubia. So I want us to understand. We've just adopted that as a modern name. Ancient Kush, which we call Kush, was probably the most famous name for that area in which would be modern-day Sudan. And ancient Kush included the areas we call Monroe, Nabta, going all the way up into what we call Ethiopia today, to the borders of the Red Sea. So all that area we call Sudan and Ethiopia was all part of ancient Kush, which again we call Kush. And this was the birthplace of ancient Kemet. We have to understand that as the last ice age ended about 12,000 years ago, about 10,000 BCE, and there was a golden age during this time period, but about maybe 90% of the world's population was destroyed. Some of the greatest minds and energy that we know of was also destroyed. But some of the high priests kept this information, and they resided in Eastern Africa. Eastern Africa, if you go to the area of Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, on the map was called Ta-Necher, which means the land of God, the land of the Creator. If you look at the land where Somalia is and Punt, this was also called Takui, the land of the great spiritual ancestors. And so even ancient Kemet always gave reference to this great area to the south from Central Africa. So names like Takui and Ta-Necher. Okay, so I need to be really, really clear. When they show approximately 7,000, 6,000, well maybe 8,000 BCE, and they have the great Anu chief that resided in that area maybe about 6,500 BCE. Again, coming from Ta-Necher and Takui, from the interior of Africa. And again, this is where your gold, almost all the gold, the natural minerals and resources came from south of Kemet. They were the ones that introduced in Playa, which is in the, just west of Kemet, in Sudan, where Chad is. This was also a great area, because as the Nile dried up, the people from that area, as the as the Sudan, the Great Desert,
yes,
the Sahara Desert dried up. As it dried up, people migrated to the Happy River, and the Happy River is the ancient name of the Nile River.
Okay.
So the Africans who lived in the Sahara, which would be like modern day Chad and that area there, and Niger, migrated. But they, in Playa, they showed you that at 6,500 BCE, they had already understood Sirius A, Sirius B, had aligned astronomy and astrology charts and everything, aligning everything that we see that the pyramids are built upon. The alignment of the pyramids, that alignment was already done in Playa prior to that time period. We also know that Haru Im Aketi, which people call the Great Sphinx, might have been built somewhere closer to about 12,000 BCE. And its alignment was already set more than 36,000 years. So just kind of giving you a little background of how far back. Even at the Temple of Seti, they show you a group of Neteru rulers who go 36,000 years before dynastic Kemet. So the Happy Valley, just modern Kemet, what we call Egypt today, might have been reunited by Narmer about 4240 BCE. But the knowledge that will be in Kemet is ancient already on the African continent. And so we know that information existed in the Sahara. We know that information existed further south. And we know that information exists all the way going as deep as South Africa. They are South African petroglyphs of the Ankh, of Ra, of Haru. that go back 100,000 years. Now, most people are not ready to deal with that because the question is always going to be, well, where was everybody else? Where were the Europeans 100,000 years ago? Not on the planet. Where were the Asiatics that we know today? 100,000, not on the planet. We were the only people on the planet. Various different types of Africans. And I want to make it clear, there are various different types of Africans. We put Africans into one group. The continent is huge, it's prodigious. And so there were many different types of Africans. And we give birth to we call the Twa people. The Twa, the Sankoi, San people, who later people call the Pygmies, the short people. They are the foundation and the stock of all African people. And in their folklore, the Twa say they were born in an luminous egg on top of the mountain of the moon. Now, there are 3 mountains of the moons in Africa. The tallest mountain is Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania. And it's actually the largest mountain in Africa. And is the largest freestanding mountain in the world. Most people don't know that. They think Mount Everest and all of those, but those are mountains, on top of cliffs and drifts. The largest freestanding mountain in the world is Kilimanjaro in Africa. And that's the mountain of the moon. Also, Mount Rwenzori in Uganda is the second mountain of the moon, which is also a source of the Nile River. And the third mountain of the moon is Mount Choco, in Ethiopia, where Lake Tena rests on top of it in a crater, and that is the source of the Blue Nile. And so we can see the contributors and the foundation of the longest river in the world, the Nile River, over 4,160 miles long, runs from the mountains of the moon. And later Dr. Ben would tell us that, the mountain of the moon was the source of ancient Kemet. And so here we can see that the source of this knowledge is running from there. And so now, let me just deal back with your original question of Nubia. Nubia, again, is a modern name, come from the word Nubu. Nub means gold. Ancient Kemet got most of their gold from Kush. And so they got so much gold from Kush that later people just start calling it the land of the gold. That's where Nubia comes from. And the people of the land, the people from the land of the gold, Nubians. But those are modern names. At one time it was called Ta-Nehesi. Okay, so Ta-Nehesi, Ta-Seti, Monroe, Napata. Those were actual kingdoms, that existed south of Egypt. And ancient Kush is older than ancient Kemet. In fact, all the artifacts, the whole idea of a Haru being the ruler, Shemsu Haru, the followers of Haru, that's an ancient Kemetic concept, ancient Kush concept. Haru was birthed in the south and brought in already completed, set up, its mythology, history, ancient, before the first so-called dynasty of ancient Kemet. So I need you to understand. The so-called white crown, red crown, we can see it on the Narmer palette. So that's at the very beginning of Kemet. Its spiritual system is already in place in ancient. The mythology of its Neteru, Kanun, Ptah, Amun, Ra, are already ancient before the first dynasty, so-called dynasty, because dynasties is kind of a misnomer. That's something that the Greeks later will superimpose into history. The Romans will solidify it, and then modern Europeans will classify all of Egypt through dynasties. Manetho was supposed to be the high priest of ancient Kemet during the Ptolemy reign. And when the Ptolemy wanted to know the history of the ancient Africans, since Manetho could speak Greek and Medu-Neter, he had all the records of the archives, because the Greeks closed the temples in ancient Kemet and moved all their stuff to Mennefer. And so Manetho had access to all the records of ancient Kemet, and he kind of classified Kemet into family groupings. So that's what a dynasty is. A dynasty is the family grouping. It's not a decade, like 10 years, or a century, like 100 years, or millennium, like 1,000 years. A dynasty could be 5 years, 50 years, 62 years, 500 years. A dynasty was a family rule or the rule of a consistent ideology. And so even if you were not connected to the family, if you were perpetuating the exact same ideology and concepts under the same forces, then that dynasty remained. If you could have been a same family member, but if you brought in a new concept, a new philosophy or ideology, then that was a change of dynasty. Okay, so there was approximately 31 dynasties up until the time of the Romans, and that's 30 BCE. But let me go back to Kush and Nubia. So again, when Narmer, you have to understand, the ruler Narmer came from ancient Kush, united upper and lower regions, and then called that area Kemet. And we have to be clear, Egyptologists have misled us. Kemet means the black community or the black nation state. It doesn't
Not
mean the
the
black
black
land.
land.
Ta is the word for land. They had a word for land that they affectionately used. They would call it Tameri. Tameri was another name. Dr. Ben likes to use that name. Tameri meant the beloved land. They also used the name Samatawi. I know my colleague and good friend Haru Ankara Samaj likes to use that. Samatawi. That means the united two lands. So those were three names that Egypt, the ancient names of Egypt, and that was Kemet, Tameri, and Samatawi. Those were three different names that ancient Egypt was known by African people with affection. Okay, but like I mentioned, all of the spiritual paraphernalia in ancient Kemet came from Kush, or the interior of Africa.
I just want you to clarify, when you talk about spiritual,
Right.
what are you talking about?
Religion was not created yet. I need you to understand. The Africans during that time did not have a religion. Religion is a concept that places your spiritual system in a box. And so that I can predict your behavior, I have an accountability to you, and I can dictate certain things to you. We had a spiritual system. Now, the 42 laws of Ma'at comes from even a greater group of laws that comes out of ancient Kush. Ma'at, the deity Ma'at, is an ancient Kush deity, an African woman with wings and wears an ostrich feather. The ostrich, often used by Amun, two ostrich plumes, is also a total African concept. The ostrich is an African bird. In fact, it's the largest bird in the world, but he does not fly. Okay? All right? But his plumes are almost in perfect symmetry. And if you ball it up, it'll spring right back. You know? And so it represents harmony and symmetry. So that's why they use this. So all the paraphernalia using your spiritual system based upon Ma'at. And so we had a spiritual system based upon Ma'at, which is truth, justice, righteous, harmonious balance, reciprocity. In my book, Spiritual Warriors or Healers, in chapter 3, the whole chapter 3 is dedicated to Ma'at. And I talk about Ma'at in all of its facets, whether it's Ma'at in the courtyard, in the courtroom, whether it's Ma'at dealing in the marketplace, or whether it's Ma'at in your spiritual understanding to nature, or whether it's Ma'at on how you treat your fellow human being. And in ancient Kemet, and in most of Africa, we treated each other like we were divine beings. So I often, when I write in my book, so I autograph it, I say, we are divine spiritual beings having a divine human experience. And people understand that divine is used both ways. As divine beings, benevolent beings, and also as divine humans. We have taken divine out of it, and we're treating human beings like it's a disease or something fallible, you know, that's not on an extremely high level. But the ancient Kemetic always placed humans, black humans, on the highest esteem. In fact, when they wanted to give a human being the highest respect, they would depict him totally black. That was the top, that's the epitome of greatness, the essence of all things. Because all things comes from blackness. and returns to blackness. So when they wanted to show the greatness in a person, they depicted him totally black. Like Asar, the great black. Sometimes he was depicted green, but green and black are synonymous. Chlorophyll is to plants as melanin is to human beings. It is the essence of our existence. And so green and black is synonymous with the core of life. And so you'll see a lot of deities are green or black or various shades of brown. And melanin has the various shades of brown. Okay. People like to point out that the 25th dynasty was the only black rulership. Europeans like to bring this up. And even our friend Skippy Gates embarrassed us by when he did his television program by saying, yes, the black rulers of the 25th dynasty. And all the dynasties were black. I need to make that perfectly clear. Even when the Greeks, the Macedonians and Greeks ruled in the 35th dynasty, the people were still black, just the rulership. We had mulatto and white Greek and Macedonian rulership under Ptolemies and Cleopatra, but the people and everything was still black. The engineers, the architects, the mathematicians, the priests were all still black. If we back up and talk about the Assyrians when they conquered Egypt, Egypt was still black. When the Persians came in, they were still black. You have to understand that even the Persian rulers who sat on the throne in ancient Kemet were still black. They were just ruling from a foreign ideology of Ma'at that the people were dealing with.
But the Persians were black?
The Persians were black. The Persian Empire is an offshoot of ancient Kush. You have to understand, ancient India and Persia and Syria, well, the original people there were called the Blackheads. Not because they had black caps, okay, blackheads. Okay, so if you look at their pantheon and their, you'll see the lion, the falcon. There's no lions in there. So that all comes from the East Africa. Even in China, you have the temple dolls or great lions. There's no lions there. And it wasn't like they died out. No, this was the Africans who brought this in. The first dynasty of China, the Shang dynasty. This is also an offshoot of Eastern Africa. So Kush gave birth to Kemet. Kush gave birth to ancient Babylonia. Kush gave birth to the Persian Empire. Kush gave birth to, I already mentioned, until later what we find out that you see in South Pacific is the Shang dynasty. Kush gave birth to the first emperors in Japan. Kush, the first shogun, is black from ancient Kush. I mean, so I want to show you ancient Kush, which we're not giving what you would call Nubia. That's what you're saying was Nubia. Later will become Axum. And Axum was never defeated. The greatest navy in the world. The Romans had to pay tribute to Axum in order to travel in the Red Sea, and they needed Axum Navy people to even navigate the Mediterranean totally free. And that's never brought up. In fact, we are the greatest maritime sailors in the world. So we needed even predecessors to the Moors. The Moors are just Africans. We need to be really clear. But ancient Kush did trade in Asia as far as China with elephants. You can't put elephants in the dugout. So you see large sea-going vessels. Even doing up until 1492 when Columbus sailed, the Europeans still didn't have large ships. It was the Moors sails, Moors ships, Moor navigators that even doing up until 1492 in the modern era. Still Africans who have a background coming from this area of ancient Kush. So we need to be clear. Even in ancient Kemet, they had battles with the so-called sea people and defeated them. And the sea people ravished all of Europe and the Mediterranean and was destroying everybody. And ancient Kush ancient Kemet, during their so-called second golden age, did battle with the sea people and devastated them. So I need to be really clear who we are and our origins. But ancient Kemet owes all of its records to the interior of Africa, the Medu-Neter language, the Medu-Neter writing, all of the Neteru comes from the interior of Africa. I need to be clear. The interior of Africa. So now as we move, at the beginning of the first golden age, some of my teachers were dynamic in breaking it down. So Dr. Asa Hilliard, Dr. Sendretti, who we call Jacob Crothers,
Yes.
and all of them broke down, instead of using the dynastic periods that the Greeks and the Romans and later the modern day Europeans used, we broke Kemet into four golden ages. And so the first golden age is what you would call like the pyramid age. That's the beginning of when Narmer, Aha came in and reunified ancient Kemet. And we say reunified because obviously if Haru Im-Aketi was done 10,000 years ago, that was done by a unified, powerful nation.
How important is the Sphinx? I mean, is Haru Im-Aketi, and talk a little bit about that artistic expression and how it was done.
Well, first of all, we know that it's perfectly aligned with the constellation of Leo the Lion, which takes place in that area around 10,000 BCE. And in order for that to happen again, you have to go back 36,000. And so it's possible that the alignment and astrology, all of that was laid out way before 10,000 BC. We're saying 10,000 BC because we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt it was already there when the last ice age took place. Great floods and water did water damage to that structure. So it was already there. Some people, some of my colleagues, we believe that it might be as much as 36,000 years old because it was put there to warn you of a time period, what was going to happen at the constellation of Leo. So no one built it during that time. It was already there when the constellation of Leo took place. And no one built it during when the Earth was going through a traumatic change. If the Earth is going through earthquakes, volcanoes, and storms, and you ain't out there chiseling the way building the Haru Im-Aketi. It was already there.
How was it built? I mean, is it solid?
It's hewed out of one stone.
Huh.
And so that, and perfect symmetrically, 60 feet high, 240 feet long.
Is there anything on any carved structures on the earth today to match that? I mean, modern?
No, nothing in the modern world, you know.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know. So you, and like I say, it's perfect symmetry. And we have to understand, like when it was recarved, now the head of Haru Im-Aketi does not match the body. It is believed that the head was recarved after the ancient Kemetu reunified Kemet. Okay, so that's, you know, after Narmer and them. And it has a priest head, the high priest head, or they would call it the Subiti head. Okay, that's the head of the high priest with the lion's body. And that meaning that master the animal domain. If the lion is the king of the animal domain, so master your animal nature, but rise to your highest spiritual consciousness, and that is of the high priest. And it sets there facing, you know, protecting like the pyramid complex from sunrise to sunset. And so that's where the Haru Im-Aketi, Haru protecting, you know, our legacy from sunrise to sunset. Now just think about it. The Sphinx is a mythological creature created by the Greeks that has wings and will kill you if you don't know the riddle, right? So now, if you're in Haru Im-Aketi represents the power of Haru, protecting Ra and all of his energy from sunset to from sunrise to sunset. So if your son said, "Dad, I want to be the Sphinx," you'd be like, whoa, wait a minute, son, because you're thinking about, you know, but he'll kill you if you don't know the riddle, so he's this monster. But if he says, "Dad, I want to be like Haru Im-Aketi. I want to protect our legacy from sunrise to sunset," you'd be like, "Oh, go with that, son. I can feel that," you know. So you can see just the difference of a name.
Absolutely.
The name made. And so when we call it the Sphinx, we're taking away our legacy. We're taking away the whole meaning of the statue. We're taking away what our ancestors put that there for. You know, we're taking all that away. You know, there's a complex next to Haru Im-Aketi, later reconstructed by Ka-If Ra, right? And Inside of that structure, there are no corners to the building. There's rounded corners in the whole structure. There's no other structure in Kemet like that. This structure was built prior to ancient Kemet. Those stones are hewed, and there some of them are 20 20 tons, 25 tons, placed in perfect symmetry, with no mortar or cement or chewing gum holding it together. And they are all rounded. It is believed it was a healing temple dealing with sound, so that you can use sound to heal and vibrate on all the major centers of the body. And through the voice and through sounds, you can do healing. Now that temple is more than 10,000. You don't hear anybody talk about that. Just like the Wasarian temple. So I need to mention these things before I even get deep into ancient Kemet. The Wasarian temple is built where Seti the first built his temple, which is the third golden age. He had to build his temple and cut it to a right angle. No other temple is like that, because in the construction he was going to run into the Asarian temple. It's another temple that is in perfect harmony and symmetry that was built maybe 10,000 years ago.
What were temples built for? What was the purpose?
Temples were like universities. They were so get temple like church out of your mind. Remember, no church, no religion. The temples in ancient Kemet were repositories of the knowledge of the people at that particular time. And so inside of the temple was an accumulation of all the knowledge that the people had mustered at that particular time. And so when you have these temples that are perfectly aligned with astrological symbols and astronomy, within the sky, it lets you know that the builders of this temple had knowledge of the sky, had already mapped the sky out. And now they were like, so is above, so below. We're building a temple that was in total harmony with what was going on in the heavens. In terms of sunrise, the sunset, in terms of the constellations, and so these people are putting their accumulated knowledge inside of this building. Now people will say, well, why would you have blocks that are 25 tons? That's enormous. Why would you have something so difficult? See, we're using a Western mindset to define an African spiritual system. You're only using 3 to 10% of your brain. These people were using 50 to 100% of their brain. So you can't even comprehend what they were doing. Obviously, if they hewed blocks 25 tons, that wasn't a difficult thing for them. Like the Stonehenge. The Europeans didn't have nothing to do with Stonehenge. Those were still Africans who put all that together. And putting those blocks up there was not as difficult as people want to believe. The thing about at the Wasarian is that there is no Medunecha on any of the walls. The only symbol found on this temple that could be 10,000 years old is the golden mean, the golden flower, which is symbolic of the mathematical formula and structure of all life on the planet Earth.
Yeah, very important, because that has a relationship to time, and time is an intellectual concept. Speak, please.
Well, the Fibonacci code, they call it Fibonacci today. Today it's the golden mean, which is 1.61, okay, which is more sophisticated than pi, okay. Pi, the formula for pi was done by people who were like in kindergarten, first, second, third grade, okay. All the structures were based on the golden means. That gives you perfect proportions of everything. So I just want to make it, the golden mean was known to these Africans more than 10,000 years ago. So I just need you to understand. The structure of a pine cone, the structure of a flower, the structure of a seashell is all based on the golden means. The human cell is how it divides and all based upon this formula. So they knew the proportion. The reason why all the monuments were in perfect symmetry, that the golden mean shows you that the proportion from your forehead to your nose to your bridge here to there is the same proportion on your finger from here to here to here to here, which is the same proportion on your body from here to here, which is the same proportion from your hip to your knee to your ankle, the same proportion on your foot. So your head size, your hand size, and your foot size are all proportionally the same size. A good tailor, if he knows your glove size, he knows your head size and your shoe size. This is all known in golden mean. So they would put up a grid based upon that. And so whether the statue was 1 inch or whether the statue was 60 feet high, like at Apple Symbol, an Apple Symbol done by Ursa Ma'at-Ra Setepenra, who they call Ramses II, it's in perfect symmetry. Perfect symmetry. It's 60 feet high. Perfect symmetry. And not only that, at Apple Symbol, there you have, and most of the temples had a similar structure where you had an outer court, inner court, and then the Holy of Holies. And usually they would have libraries on both sides of the Holy of Holies. This would be symbolic of the human body. You have your outer court, your inner court, and then your holy sanctuary, where your Holy of Holies is in here, where your pineal and pituitary gland are housed. And so your temple will be set up also like that. And the temple at Waset and at Karnak shows you that. They call it the Temple of Man. Showing up, and it's basically set up just like the human body. But let me go back to Abba Symbol. In Abba Symbol, inside of the Holy of Holies, there are 4 statues aligned inside, so that when Ra hits during a certain time period, during the equinox and the solstice, the light travels through the 3 rooms into the Holy of Holies and hits each one of the Neteru all the way to the ruler, who at that point was Ursa Ma'at-Ra Setepenra. And this, so the astronomers, the engineers of ancient Kemet during the 3rd Golden Age understood the 2 solstices and the 2 equinox, how light emanated on this planet, where the sun rose, and exactly what angle it would hit to build a temple that they had to carve into the mountain. They didn't put blocks up. They carved this into the mountain perfect. Just like in Lalibela in Ethiopia, where you have the rock churches carved out of a single mountain into perfect symmetry, into the cross. So we didn't lose this science. I want you to understand. Even when Kemet fell, and we had the Greeks and the Roman encroachment, and many of the African scholars just moved further south. You know, and so you will have Monroe, and they will go all the way to the Common Era, and not, some of them won't be destroyed until the Islamic conquest around 640 BCE. I mean, AD, CE, in the Common Era. And so the ingenuity of the African mind still existed.
Aksum, the rock-hewn churches. I've been there, but I couldn't really understand it because they connected it to Christianity, and they couldn't tell me when it was built. I mean, there was just such a lack of information that I got all the footage, but I can't explain it.
Right. You'll see the Tekken with false doors in it for the spirit world. So in Lalibela and in Ethiopia, you have Tekkens that go up 100 feet high, just like in ancient Kemet. And the Tekken is what they call the obelisk. Me and Dr. Jeffries did a dynamic tape edited by, done by...
I've seen it.
Yeah, you saw that, right,
It's
on the
called
Tekken.
the Tekken.
Right, it's called the Tekken. And we showed that the Tekken is a phallic symbol, a male phallic symbol.
Right.
But it represents resurrection and rebirth that was placed in front of each of the temples of ancient Kemet. Remember, the temple is a repository of your accumulated knowledge up until that point. And so we're not knowing that. It's a university. It's a university that doesn't need a teacher. It's a university when you walk in and look at the angles of the wall, when you look at how the windows are aligned, when you look at how the roof was aligned in the observatory, when you look at the columns, and then when you start to read the glyphs, it's all right there. Thousands of years of stored information is in each temple, from the mathematics and the science. I want to make this statement. See, science is spirituality that can be seen, measured, and proven. Spirituality is science that cannot be seen, cannot be measured, cannot be proven by physical entities, but can be felt. And so whether it is spiritual or whether it is scientist, you can feel it. One is seen and one cannot be seen. But they both are based upon the same mathematical ingenuity that the Africans held and gave birth to the rest of the world.
Because we are talking about the spirituality that gave birth to the calendar, I've always wondered, because time is involved in a calendar, how that came about and just the importance of it. Because we don't really understand what the Africans went through to develop time. Time is an intellectual concept.
Sure.
So you have to have a juxtaposition of the movement of the cosmos and the universe and the sun and the moon and everything to come up with a correct representation of that movement with time. It's like a universal joint in your car. The motor turns, the wheels turns, but it's all turning in perfect harmony.
Yes, we understood, you have to understand too, we understood this phenomenon going back more than 100,000 years. That's before most people, that's before we even populated the planet. We understood this concept. Okay, so you have to understand, the first star charts are created by Africans. And when Kemet comes into existence and Kush comes into existence, the star chart is already ancient.
How can you tell? How can you prove that?
We can prove. Okay, first of all, Nabta Playa shows a constellation, a star in the sand, showing the alignment of Sirius A and Sirius B, and it shows where the equinox and the solstice were, 6,500 BCE. That's 2,000 years before the birth of ancient Kemet. So all the science that we have in ancient Kemet is in Nabta Playa, in the desert, in the Sudan, right there. And then those people, as the Sahara dried up, just migrated into Kemet. So we see where this information comes from. But it goes beyond that. If you go to South Africa, if you go to Zimbabwe, the pyramids, they have pyramids there that are aligned with the pyramids in Kemet.
In
Did
Zimbabwe?
you hear that? Yes. In Zimbabwe and in South Africa. There are pyramids that are aligned with the great pyramids in Giza.
That are older?
Yes. It's going to blow you away. That are 100,000 years old. I know. I'm going to give you some information. I'm going to pull out some books. I'm going to show you. We're going to have a break. I'm going to pull this out so you can see it. And petroglyphs, like I said, of the Ankh. 100,000 years old. You know, there's carvings, and it just shows you that we've had this technology. And not only there, they also, just like at Nabta Playa, have an astrological setting on the ground with stones set up just like in Nabta Playa, showing the constellation of Sirius A, Sirius B, and the rotation of the solstices and equinox as it relates to the Earth. 100,000 years ago. So we have Nabta Playa 6,500 years ago, 6,500 BCE. That's just an offshoot. It shows the migrations of Africa from East Africa and Southern Africa, East Africa migrating, because there was a great civilization in the Sahara. Okay, but as that dried up, then people migrated either further west and north, or they moved towards the Happy Valley. All right, so I'm just gonna just touch upon that. When we have a break, I'm gonna pull some of those books out so that you can see that. But now let me just say this. So we've mentioned, for example, in Seti's temple, that we had recorded 3 sun years. A sun year is approximately 26,000 years. Now, in order to record a sun year, that's the sun moving through the constellation of the 12 houses, you need a science already in place to calculate this.
Correct.
How long have you had the science? Wait a minute. If you recorded 3, before you did the first one, you must have been recording for thousands of years, even to get to the point where say, oh, we're gonna pinpoint this until it comes back to that point again. So I'm trying to show you here that the whole concept of a time, of a calendar, and we've been using, I mean, even in ancient Kemet, you had a lunar calendar, a solar calendar. You had the solar calendar and the lunar calendar, and a third calendar, because they had another calendar that dealt with the astrological phenomena. They had a calendar for festivals, and then they had a calendar for political and taxation, you know, agricultural. Mm-hmm. So they had an agriculture. So they simultaneously, they had these three calendars going in ancient Kemet. The Romans, like Augustus, had Kemet priests come to Rome and put their calendar together. So they just took a Kemetic calendar and put Roman names on it. So August was for Augustus, Octavia for Octavius, Julius Caesar for July. You know, so that's all we did, you know, was, you know, the Kemetic priests just took a Kemetic calendar and Greek and Romanized it. That's all. All right, so I need to be clear. No Western people developed a calendar. We are the authors of that concept of time. You know, as we're tracing the movement of the stars and plotting it. So before ancient Kemet, that was already ancient. That wasn't developed in Kemet. These priests brought this knowledge in. See, what people fail to realize, even the building of the three in Giza, Menkaure, Ka-Efra, and Khufu, the three large pyramid complexes,
yes,
are aligned with Sahu, who they call Orion's belt. Right? Orion is Sahu, okay, from ancient Kemet. And it's aligned with his belt. So, and have those pyramids in that exact same order, they already knew that constant, you know, that what was going on in the sky. So was above, so below. And then the so-called air dunks, which you don't need air dunks in a pyramid where ain't nobody living in there. So those are not, those are shafts that point to various constellations in the sky. So the builders of that, and let me say this, all the major pyramids that were done in ancient Kemet were built on ancient sites that was already spiritual and holy. There are megaliths in Seneferu, like Seneferu was the father of Khufu, who built 3 pyramids. The bent pyramid, the red pyramid, the true pyramid. If you go inside of the bent pyramid, if you go inside of, not the bent, I believe the red pyramid, if you go inside and you go in the chamber, you'll find almost in the center of that pyramid, there's another room with big monolithic stones that were weathered by water, just like Haru Imaketi. Now, it hasn't rained there for 10,000 years like that. How would stones inside of the pyramid get water weathered?
right,
So, in other words, there was a structure there before they built the pyramids that was ancient, that was damaged during the last ice glacier about 10,000 years ago. Seneferu built his pyramid on top of that site because it was already a sacred, holy site that the people were already coming to.
right.
Are you starting to feel my drift?
Yes.
And if we go and if we examine many of these other great pyramids, we'll find the same phenomena. So even the Kut of Khufu, that the hallway inside the first causeway is not the same age as the outside of that building. And that temple was that pyramid was supposed to have been built within a 20-year period. No, there's literally hundreds of years separating the interior of that building from the exterior of that building. No one talks about that. And the interior of that building is also aligned with particular astrological symbols in the sky. That's another DVD. We won't talk about that on this one. You know, so I just want to show you. See, we can talk just on the science of ancient Kemet. The Western world is still trying to prove what the ancient Kemetu already knew. It's like when I was with Asa Hilliard, And the German Egyptologists were like, well, how did the Dogon, they're not even supposed to know this stuff. How do they know, Sigweed, that Sirius B is only visible every 60 years? You know, and they've been doing this dance for, what, 1,000 years? How do these people know that? Some smart Europeans must have came here and told them.
That's what they said.
You know, and the Europeans don't know that. Just in the with the powerful telescope they have in Hawaii and California, in the last 30 years, they've just been able to see Sirius B. And the Dogon, let me just put them in the proper perspective, come from ancient Kemet. They are one of the last groups that migrate from the Happy Valley during the influx of the Arab and Islamic invasion of Eastern Africa. The Dogon took their knowledge after all the temples were totally closed by the Romans, and then they just made their move. And they moved to an area that nobody would want. They're in the most desolate area of the mountain desert. So you're saying somebody lives there? They didn't want to be bothered by anybody. You know, they didn't want to encroach on a land that other Africans were living in. And they definitely wanted to escape Islamic conquest. And so they moved into an area that they can, first of all, they can see if anybody's coming. It's protected. Their warriors can defend it. And it's a land that nobody really wants. You know, so, you know, but the Dogon had this area, and there's no group that we know of today on the planet Earth as an ethnic group where that group has more information of astronomy and astrology as the Dogon, other than what was in ancient Kemet. And they come directly from ancient Kemet.
This is your library.
Yeah, this is my library.
Wow. I mean, you've got thousands of books here. Thousands of books.
So busy dealing with the Roman stuff. And it's not that big. It's a hard cover. It's over here. I had a spillover, so all that come over here, and this is still Egypt.
All of this is Egypt.
Right, so all that's Egypt.
Have you read all these books?
Yes, I've read everything there, you know, and all of this is Egypt. This is a spillover on the top, and then I had to fuse into religion. So this is Egypt, and then, you know, religions will all have the foundation in Africa.
Can you talk and look at the same time, or would that distract you?
Surely.
I just wanted to ask you to deal with. So many young people ask me if all that you say is true, and we had that kind of knowledge, how did the Europeans conquer us?
Well, you have to understand, intellectual knowledge, spiritual knowledge, and then physical might are not necessarily in the same category. You can have all the intellectual knowledge that you want, and all the science and technology that you want, the greatest buildings and monuments you want. And if you have a savage being whose whole essence is to destroy, he can just come and destroy your stuff at any moment. You're trying to treat them with humanity, and they don't even understand that concept. You see, just killing somebody because you can was a way of life for the ancient Asiatics, where the European is part of that phenomena. When the Vikings went out to go to work, they didn't carry no books or no intellectuals. They sharpened their sword and their stuff, and they got in their boats and they went to take somebody's stuff. And the family was waiting for them to come back. Daddy, who did you kill? Oh, can I have that head? So I see the people wearing skulls and stuff like that. You have to understand. So the mentality of somebody whose whole existence is on destruction, war, and killing and taking. See, we call it stealing today. No, it was okay to take somebody's stuff if you could. So that's why we come up with the concept to develop something and not be able to protect it now is extremely dangerous. Because we've already learned from history. You can have these, like right now, I have my library, all my books, but a bunch of thugs could come in here with their guns and shotguns, shoot me up and just take all of this, burn this down, and you would never even know knowledge existed. Well, that's kind of what happened in Kemet. You had a bunch of thugs who were illiterate, whose whole existence was on taking somebody else's stuff. They just come in and do you away. So.
But with the kind of knowledge that you had, we should have been able to develop fighting machines,
but let me
we
say
should
something.
have had the understanding to
We
protect
had
ourselves.
a army that kept them at bay for thousands of years. See, what people don't understand is that when the Greeks finally conquered Egypt in 332 BCE, that wasn't the first time they tried. They were just the first successful Europeans. We have to understand, for at least for hundreds or for thousands of years, Asiatics had been trying to come into Africa, to Egypt, to conquer. We were always strong enough to repel them. We were greater military, we had greater skills, and we were able to, so we kept them at bay. See, nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about we defeated them for 10,000 years. Every year, we only talk about the one loss we got, and then you're devastated. You notice when a fighter, he could be champion, and then when he gets that one loss, and everybody found out he got a weak spot, then the other people follow on that. Come on, we can just look at boxing like that there. Once Tyson, one of the greatest fighters in the history, once he was defeated, after that, 2 or 3 other people can defeat Tyson. Right? What, Roy Jones, he was knocking people out with, once he got knocked out one time, people were like, oh, Roy Jones can be beaten. After that, he got beat with his own stuff. Well, Kemet, the same thing happened to Kemet. So you can understand this game of boxing. Now I'm just going to put it to an intellectual world. So you're the champion for 100,000 years. The reigning champions of the planet Earth. You have no rivalry. And then all of a sudden, you take a slip, somebody finally find out a weakness, you take a dive, you lose. Now people got your number. And so just like some of the greatest champions, Muhammad Ali, all of these, just like some of the greatest champions in the boxing world, once somebody got their number, they were able to defeat it. And so now they knew Kemet's weak point. They knew that they spent more money on caring for the people, on building the temples and monuments and storing their books than they did on military. Even right now, Israel's, I think, almost 80% of Israel's gross national product is on military defense. Because they know they're living in Isfet. They know they're living wrong. They know that. America, a great amount of our money is based on military defense. England, when they said the sun never set on their empire, 90% of their gross national product went into military. In ancient Kemet, maybe not even 10% went into military? Everything was for nature, for the people, for development of science and stuff like that. Now we know that when you're top heavy like that, that's extremely dangerous. But you have to understand, the rest of the world was still basically asleep at that point. So our 10% military was good enough to defeat, savage beings who were not organized. But we taught them. You have to understand, the people who defeated us, we taught them. We organized them. And then they put their money and their resources into their military, and we couldn't compete with that.
But isn't spiritual knowledge more powerful, and shouldn't it overcome the aggression and the desire to just kill and conquer?
I'll make this statement first. The spiritual power is greater than any technology than the Western world can develop. The spirit, effected at the right time in the right moment, can nullify an atomic bomb. That's how powerful the spirit is. But let me say this, my brother. No matter how dynamic you are, you could have been 6 times world champion, whatever. If I catch you at a vulnerable spot while you're in the toilet taking a dump, and I rush you at that moment, and you're trying to get your pants up, and all that skills for naught because I caught you off guard. Africa was caught with his pants down, taking a dump. And we weren't able to recover. Once you got that blow, and it's hard to recover. It's not like the movies where guys just jump up and, You take a real blow. Africa took a real blow. You lost generations of your youth, generations of your geniuses. And Africa is still trying to recover.
And it hasn't been that long.
Hasn't been that long.
Perspective.
Right.
The Europeans only came into Africa in the last, what?
The last 400-500 years in some numbers. The Romans only dealt with the northern Africa. They couldn't come inside of the interior of Africa. And they tried, but they were defeated. So they couldn't. Ethiopia was never defeated in ancient times. Why? And remember, Ethiopia is a modern name. That's ancient Aksum. That's ancient Kush. That's Monroe, Napata. No European or Asiatic took an army into the interior of Africa and defeated them. So I need that to be stated for the record, because our African warriors are not giving their proper due. We're thinking that the Roman army just marched in. No, they were able to conquer Egypt and the outer exterior, Morocco, the outer exterior of the coast, but no Romans marched to the interior of Africa. No Greeks marched to the interior of Africa. Even Alexandria got to the border of ancient Kush and Kemet, and the priest said, if you venture across those mountains, you will be defeated. And Alexander, who was undefeated, turned around. In fact, he was so impressed by what he saw, he pledged himself to Amun-Ra, went through initiation, and became a Kemetic priest himself. So people don't know that, In fact, he was never going back to Europe. He was going to make Africa his home from now on. The Europeans didn't like that. Later, he was poisoned and killed, and then they had a power play to break up his empire. But we have to be really clear about what's going on. So I want to make that real clear. I hope I was.
Thank you, yes. Okay.
We made some reference to a couple of books as we were talking. I talked about the only symbol, that one was the flower of life, the golden means. Here's a book here that talks about the golden means and flower. You'll see the symbol on certain churches. We talked about, for example, some astrological here. The Stars of Deep Beginnings, the Genesis of African Science and Technology. This is by Charles Finch. as you can see, I got a whole must. Dr. Van Sertima, if I pull him out, Egypt Revisited. He also makes reference here that even in his Blacks in Science, that the Africans were smelting iron and steel going back during the time of ancient Kemet. In fact, the rulers of ancient Kemet were all called Shamsu Haru, which were the blacksmiths. Okay, so I need to, put things into their proper perspective. The mystery of Orion, we talked about the pyramids in ancient Egypt being aligned with Sahu, the certain stars. Here's by Adrian Gilbert and Robert Baval. Show clearly that the ancient astrological knowledge that we have today was known by the ancient Kemetu in ancient Egypt. And the list goes on. I have the books dealing with astrology, astronomy, spirituality, the writing system. Like I said, the system of that we know as the Medu Neter was already ancient. By the time the ancient Kemet came into existence, our whole concept of mummification and all that, we get that from the knowledge that was learned from the inside of Africa. It was just perfected maybe in ancient Kemet. Up here I have, for example, all my African scholars here. It's important that we do like Dr. Jacob Crothers, Kemet, and African worldview, if somebody want a real understanding of the lifestyle of ancient Kemet. This was done by Malana Karenga and Jacob Crothers. They also would want to read by Jacob Crothers the essays in ancient Egyptian studies. As dynamic as some of these books are, none of them are in any of the museums in the world. There are no black scholars' works in any of the museums dealing with ancient Kemet. Not even Diop, who was one of the greatest Egyptologists of his time, and in UNESCO in 1974 challenged the whole Egyptology world and defeated them. A knockout, clear, and his stuff is not even in there. And if you look over here, I have just about a list of all of Diop's stuff. Civilization and Barbarism, Great African Thinkers, The Cultivation of Unity in Black Africa, Towards African Renaissance, Black Africa, Diop, The Recolonization of Africa, The African Origins and Civilizations. So I, and it goes on. I have some other works in here, but I try to pull all these works together.
You have the ones we want to talk about?
I can show the flower. No, I can't find. Hold on, I can't even find the one dealing with not the Playa. Hold on, I got all.
Oh.
Okay, the flower of life. Hotep. I know I said a few things that probably raise your eyebrows. There's a book called Temples of the African Gods. And this book is done by Tellinger and Jonathan Hine. This book was done is decoding the ancient ruins of southern Africa. Scholars have told us that the first civilization on Earth emerged in a land called Sumer, some 6,000 years ago. Recent archaeologist findings suggest that Sumerians inherited much of their knowledge from an earlier civilization that emerged many thousands of years ago, before then, in southern Africa, the cradle of mankind. So I had mentioned before that ancient Sumer, ancient what we see Babylonia, and all of that, the Sumerian, the ancient India, all that came from Kush, from Eastern Africa, by way of Central Africa and South Africa. So I made that statement, and I know a lot of people's eyebrows kind of raised, but I wanted to now just show you some historical information, some background information that kind of backs up some of that information. in South Africa, carved into the stone. The camera might have a hard time picking this up, but if it can zero in on that.
Yes, I
Yes,
got that.
you got it. There's an ankh inside of Ra, the sun. So the symbol of Ra and the symbol of the ankh is right there. Now, I need to say a couple of things that's kind of going to mess with you just a little bit. First of all, that's carved in a stone called diorite. Diorite is a 9.0 on the hardness scale. It's almost as hard as a diamond. So you can't even use copper, brass, tools to do that. And in some cases, you need something as hard as diorite to even carve into diorite. Or you need something harder. There are perfect circles carved and hewed inside of the stone that had to have been done with something like a laser, okay, that was done hundreds of thousands of years ago. So the ankh that we know in ancient Kemet, which is known as the key of life, was known as life in South Africa 100,000 years ago. This knowledge that we know, a lot of the myths and origin that you learn about the gods and goddesses from Sumeria and Chaldonia, all come from ancient Kemet, and come by way of Eastern Africa. So I'm just going to show you a couple of other things that will kind of shine some light on some of this same information. We had even scientists like Kessler. Kessler got his knowledge of electricity and ingenuity from studying ancient Kemet. I talk about astrological alignments. If you look here, just like in Nabta, Playa, you'll see an observatory, an astrological alliance aligning with the summer solstice and the equinox. And this is aligned with Sirius A. So let me read. It says, the eastern view of a 3D construction of Adam's calendar, the oldest version of the Egyptian Horus hawk, stands in line with the spring equinox. This is the falcon Haru, standing at the eastern equinox in total alignment. This is the spring equinox. At the right is the three alignment stones of Orion. The three aligned stones of Orion, which the Great Pyramid is aligned with. At the top corner, we'll see two pyramids. Okay. Which are directly aligned with the Great Zimbabwe and the Great Pyramids of Giza. So, Great Zimbabwe and the pyramids in Giza are in a line with the pyramids that are here in southern Africa. Here's another close-up of that same one. This is Haru, the falcon. You see Horus the falcon right here. And total alignment here. This is another stone carving of Haru. And this is made from diorite. So it's one of the hardest stones on the planet Earth.
Now, you said great Zimbabwe, the great stone structures at Zimbabwe.
Right.
What was you saying about them? You made reference.
If you can kind of zero in on this, this is the Great Pyramid Complex, and word for pyramid, Mirkut, the Great Mirkut Complex in Kemet. If you look straight down, there's the Great Zimbabwe ruins. Mm-hmm. And if you look straight down, the ruins what I just showed you, with the astrological symbol and the pyramids in South Africa, are directly lined right here. So if you look at the map, this alignment is straight in alignment with the pyramids, the Mirkuts in ancient Kemet. Meaning that the people here had knowledge of what the people here has done. I don't think that that would be a coincidence. Mm-hmm. And the same thing you saw in Nabta, Playa, we see in South Africa, only 100,000. So it's phenomenal when we talk about Nabta, Playa, saying that 6500 BCE, That's 200, at least 200 years before ancient Kemet. All the astrological knowledge we had in ancient Kemet was known in Nabta Playa. But when we see that all the knowledge known in ancient Kemet was known here, now you understand when I say that Kemet was the mouthpiece of the African continent. And that this was hundreds, thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. And then Kemet became the curator of this information. Kemet became the manifester. And if I can put it in even greater terms, after the last great, let me just show. This is Haru Imaketi. It's kind of weathered down. But so-called Sphinx, a Haru, a South African Sphinx, the Haru Imaketi, carved stone in alignment, just like the one in Giza here in South Africa. So I just want people to understand this Infudishi is just not on a head trip, bugging out, that this is based upon some real facts. Real facts. That's all on the African continent. There's no Babylonia. There's no Sumeria. There's no other civilizations outside of the African continent when this is going on the planet Earth. I made reference to a couple of the temples in ancient Kemet that precede dynastic Kemet. There was no Medu Neter on it. The only thing would be on it is the flower of life. And here, I have the same flower of life that the temple complexes in southern Africa and in Zimbabwe, they had the village based upon this same concept of the flower of life. Understanding the exact coordinates of the planet Earth and its alignment to astrological plottings in the sky. And all life as we know it on this planet is based on this formula of the golden means. So I just wanted to show you that Infudishi was not just bugging out. Again, here we see Orion, Sahu, its alignment is in total alignment, just like in Giza. That alignment is done in South Africa. Only these megaglyphs, these stones are aligned 100,000 years ago. You can't, no one can tell you the origins of the great Zimbabwe ruins. They don't know what those ruins were used for. Even the people who live there today, it is so ancient and antiquity that even 10,000 years ago, some of that knowledge was lost, and the people still don't have a clue of exactly what was the exact reason for that particular complex, the whole housing development, everything. I wanted to show you another example of the golden mean, but I don't want to take up too much time here.
No, take up much time.
Okay. But it's clear. I just wanted people to understand. We had been operating in stone for a long time, and Zimbabwe shows that. If you'll see just the construction of this wall, look at the way the stones were aligned in this wall. Here, where I'm living in upstate New York, the indigenous Native American got these type of walls all around. I'm up here in the Hudson Valley, up in the mountains, and the Native Americans have these walls. I have these walls like this on my property here. These same walls exist. Maybe we'll just shoot a picture of it, as we're walking out so you can see. No cement, no mortar holding them together. Here's another example of this great wall going around the complex in southern Africa. And that's not been repaired. This wall is literally tens of thousands of years old. So we just refined it. If you can see, like the step pyramids was based on that concept, and then we refined it and took it to another level. Here is a book called by Swallow de Lubis called The Temple in Man, and you can see the human being superimposed over the temple, showing that the temple is in exact coordinates and alignment with the human body. And so when I talked about the science of ancient Kemet, it's not just in the writing. The temples themselves were the repositories of the ancient knowledge. The temple itself was a repository of the mathematics, the astronomy, the astrology. All of that was aligned, left in here. Now when you start to read the Medu Neter, that's just an extra plus. You know, that's just an extra plus, like the light, the writing on the wall. Here's a guy that a lot of the Europeans were pretty mad at. Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man by Albert Churchward. He basically stated a couple of hundred years ago, when Africans were being enslaved, that all the knowledge that the Western world comes from these same Africans they were enslaving. And so the Western world was pretty angry with him, especially the Christian world. They were pretty angry because Churchward was showing that all the signs and symbols of our knowledge and wisdom and understanding was actually done by African people.
Can you read that little paragraph in there that he says the very people that we are enslaved today gave us all...
Here.
Hold on, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What does he say?
African people developed signs and symbols as a way of communicating and delivering messages. It is most unfortunate that most people who today are members of the secret societies have no in-depth knowledge of the history of the society and the unifying role played in the early intellectual life of the Nile Valley. It is through Churchward's examination of most of the known cultures of the people of today that signs and symbols of primordial man reveal. At this juncture, it is needed for us to remind us that the Nile Valley structures over 4,000 miles into the body of Africa, and that the creation of the Nile Valley cannot be attributed only to portions of North Africa that the Greeks called Egypt. The Nile River was the world's first great cultural highway, bringing people of cultures out of the body of the interior of Africa. This great cultural migration led to the peopling of Egypt, making Egypt a composite of civilization comprised of different African people who dwelled along the banks of the Nile. The civilization that developed in Egypt was a culmination of the civilization in Africa. Now, Churchward is saying this hundreds of years ago.
Who was Churchward?
Churchward, well, first of all, he was an atheist, but he was a great scholar and archaeologist and anthropologist, and basically studying signs, symbols, and trying to connect them on what was their meaning. And every road that he uncovered led back to Africa.
He was a European?
Yes, he was a European scholar. And like I said, the other Europeans were extremely angry because he was making this discovery at the height of the European transatlantic African slave trade. And so they were enslaved. Churchward said, you're enslaving the very people who are responsible for civilization as we know it. So I just need to, to just shine a little light here. This is a book, Black Genesis, which just came out, Robert Duvall and Thomas Brophy. And it basically, I touched upon this, it talks about at Nabta Playa, that's in the Sahara, that more than 6,500 years ago, or actually 65 BC, that's 8,000 years ago, all the science in terms of astrology that we know in ancient Kemet was known by these Africans who were living in the Sahara. Before, and that's over 2,000 years before ancient Kemet would be reorganized and unified. And so he goes a great deal of going into depth, explaining this is the same astrological alignment we saw in South Africa. That these same Africans had this knowledge and Nabta Playa, and it's also based upon Sirius A and Sirius B, which we know that the pyramids are aligned with Sahu. And so the same knowledge was known by these Africans who were in the Sudan before ancient Kemet came into existence. And so I already talked about ancient Kush, how it is the predecessor to all of this its knowledge, and actually birthed it. This is an actual, This is a prehistoric picture of Neteru over 3000 BCE. Now let me just make a couple of statements here before I even go. But the whole concept of Orion here, Orion mystery, people want more astrological information. They can read this particular book. Here's Dr. Charles Finch, The Star of Deep Beginnings, The Genesis of African Science and Technology. And let me just make a statement here. The modern world, traceable to iron ore that was mined 43,000 years ago in southern Africa. And so 43,000 years ago, iron ore was being mined in southern Africa. In the Great Lake region, that's around Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, iron was being smelted, or was being captured and smelted more than 25,000 years ago. So, see, we have no concept of what we're dealing with. So when we're talking about Kemet, which was only 6,000 years ago, they are the benefactors of all of this information that was taking place in the interior of Africa. They just all kind of pulled it together at this point. And then Dr. Van Sertima talks about the smelting of the iron in the furnaces that were actually being used. He has actually pictures of them that were used in Eastern Africa. This is before Kemet, and even during the time of ancient Kemet. Because all the natural resources were still coming from the interior of Kemet. I talked about Manetho, and I needed people to be able to understand. This is a book concerning Egyptian history. And Manetho, like I said, was the high priest of the Temple of Amun, and he was living during the time of the Greek occupation, the Ptolemies, and he put the history of ancient Kemet in terms of dynasties that we're kind of using today. But the ancient Kemetu never used dynasties or anything like that there. Akhenaten didn't know he was in the 18th dynasty of ancient Kemet. Tutankhamun didn't know he was in the 18th dynasty. Ramses didn't know he was in the 19th dynasty. Okay, that was all done in the aftermath. And we're using this like it's the foundation of African history. It is not. It is not the foundation. Like I said, Dr. Asa Hilliard, Dr. Jacob Crothers, Dr. Ben, Dr. Chancellor Williams, and all of them came together and broke Africa up into the first golden age, second golden age, third golden age, fourth golden age. And if I can just summarize them just a little bit so that you'll have just a little knowledge.
Yes.
Ancient Kush was in existence for thousands of years before the first reunification of the golden age led in by Narmer. And in my book, I showed you the faces, so I wanted to be crystal clear that Africans at all the stages. And so here's a picture of Narmer, an obvious African, is the founder of the first golden age of the reunification of ancient Kemet. I use the word reunification because I already showed you Haru and Maketi, and a lot of these structures were already in place by a group of unified Africans thousands of years before Narmer. Due to cataclysms destroying much of the Earth's surface, devastating large numbers of the Earth's population, man shifted back and had to start over again. But some of these priests kept the knowledge and developed a society that would be able to take off where they left out. Ancient Kemet is one of those societies. And we'll see other places around the world where some of this knowledge would be to take off. We'll see over here, we have Menchu Hotep, this big black brother here, look like Shaq, okay? He is the founder of the second golden age. It's the third and fourth golden age. Here's Asar, believed to be the first ruler of ancient Kemet in dynastic times, going back over 36,000 years ago. Obvious Africans, and we go on So all of the four golden ages of ancient Kemet were all founded by Africans. And it is clear that Haru Imaketi is a big black face that you know as the Sphinx. If we can see Het Haru, the golden calf, we can see Hemet Nasut Weret, Tai, who was a beautiful African queen, one of the rulers of ancient Kemet. And again, we see all Africans. Look at this brother with locks. You don't even hardly see Imhat Amun. Amin Himhat. Look, obvious Africans. These are all rulers as ancient Kemet. He's a ruler in the second golden age. So you don't have to wait to the 25th dynasty to get African rulers. All the rulers. Look at his Akhenaten over here. He didn't have no disease. He was a brother with a big butt. I see brothers like this all the time. He don't have no, elephantitis and no other diseases. All right, so we have to be real clear. I break down chronologies inside of my book, so that will explain the first, second, third, and fourth golden age. So now, if I'm just in review, during the first golden age, we had technology that we can build pyramids. Again, those pyramids were built on top of structures that already existed in many cases. The largest number of Merkut's pyramids that still exist in the world is not in Egypt, but it's in Sudan, ancient Kush. Okay, even when Egypt fell, the ancient Kushites were still building pyramids all the way into the modern era. Much smaller, but still the same science and concepts were still put in place. So I need to make sure that we clearly understand that. So the pyramid age is the big highlight of the first golden age. All the science is already intact. I need people to even that concept of a castle. Castle is an African phenomena. And the birthplace of the castle that we know of comes from ancient Kush, or in the Sudan, or you call Nubia. And so not Europe. Africans who traveled into Europe via the Moors and stuff like that helped build these structures in Moors. So we had these castles were built in Ireland and France and stuff. But those were Africans who were the architects and the engineers that helped build those, and people who were masons.
Say that again. Say that again.
The first castles.
For an example, which castles?
What the castles that you see in England, the castles you see in Ireland, the castles you see in Europe, like in France and in Germany. Those were all built by African people. They were the engineers of that, and the architectural structure comes from that. In several of the books, I'll even show. Oh, here, watch. I'm going to show you something that just will shine some light on that. In my chapter 12 of Spiritual Warriors Are Healers, I show. Am I still on? Yeah. Okay. In chapter 12 of Spiritual Warriors Are Healers, this is at Beni Hassan, which was ancient Mahez. Ancient Mahez is where the warriors were buried during the second golden age of ancient Kemet. And right here is a castle. And this shows you all blacks defending a castle. So on here it shows you how to attack a castle, and it shows how to defend from a castle. This is second golden age in ancient Kemet. There were no castles in Europe. In fact, there isn't a city in Europe when this was taking place. This is still 1,000 years before Greece. The Greek society, which is the first civilized Europeans to develop big cities and stuff like that. And so Africans are showing you how to attack a castle 1,000 years before Greece. And 1,500 years before Rome. And so, I just want to be real clear. In fact, I don't have in this book, but I have some books I didn't get a chance to pull out. But you can see castle walls that were 12 feet thick. in ancient Kemet, in Nubia, and in Kush. So the whole concept of the castles that we know in terms of architectural drawing is an African phenomenon that was used for trade and to be able to defend that which you were trading until the time of the trade, so no one could come in and steal your stuff. And so all those castles were placed at trading points, at trading ports. So that was the original use. It wasn't like somebody's home. Original castles were trading ports and trading centers where commerce took place, and you wanted to be able to protect your commerce until the actual trade took place. Okay, so that's what and the castles had moats around it and all of that. So I just want to be clear, that's not a European phenomenon, that's African. And the Moors are the ones that build the first capitals in Europe.
First castles in Europe?
Right, built by the Moors. And the first castles would be in Spain and in places like that before they are to go other places like that with the design that we kind of see today. And naturally the Moors in Spain, they got it, from the interior of Africa. So I just want to be clear. The second golden age, the reunification of Kemet, is called the classical period, even by European Egyptologists. This is where the writing of ancient Kemet and their the mythology of ancient Kemet is all put down in the Medu Neter. And most of the classical writings and stuff like that is done during this period of time. See, during the first golden era, we have what we call the Mirkut Sabiat, or the pyramid text. That's the first golden age, the pyramid text, the Mirkut Sabiat. And it's talking about a time prior to Norman. So I want you to understand, they're talking about astronomy, astrology, the stars, the heavens, the imperishable stars. This is known before Narmer, the first dynasty of ancient Kemet. And the pyramid text is the first religious, so-called, they call it religious, but it's spiritual text recorded. So spirituality existed for thousands of years. But in terms of recording in a text that you can read, you want to read the Mirkut Sabiat or the pyramid text. You can still go and buy that today, okay? And so you can see that we understood astronomy, astrology. We understood spirituality at the highest point, that the ruler, when he died, joined his spiritual ancestors that exist in the heavens. So is above, so below. All that's in the pyramid text. The oldest spiritual books in the world. All right, so it's not no Infudishi feel-good hour. This is all based upon writings, okay? That's the first golden period. Remember, this writing is about a time period that took place thousands of years before that. But it took Africans several thousand years to regroup after the last major catastrophe on Earth. And so what you're seeing in ancient Kemet, about 4000 BCE, is Africans who have regrouped now and can start their civilization again. That's why Kemet looked like it started almost at its zenith and started to go downhill, because they already had the knowledge. Now the priests had to develop a group of people who could carry this out. Okay, the second golden age now is going to bring in what we would call the coffin texts, or the Karas Sabiat. The Karas Sabiat, the coffin texts now, are groups of writings that was placed inside of the tombs of the ancient Kemetu. They talked about the spiritual writings that was in the pyramid text and other spiritual writings that had been recorded from before ancient Kemet. This was all placed, these prayers, these all this stuff was placed inside of the tombs, the time capsules, I call them, because they are truly time capsules when you look at what their function was and what they're doing today, and the information we can still get from them. So it's kind of a misnomer by saying the coffin text, but again, if we're letting Europeans define the name of our books, that's what's going to happen. In the third golden age, you were issued in what was called the Pert Im Haru, the book of coming forth by day. And the European Egyptologists call that the book of the dead. So you see, we can't depend on them defining our stuff. It was a book of everlasting life, not a book of the dead. Okay, but because they found it inside of the tombs of what they call dead people, they just named it that. But it's the book of coming forth by day. It's a book on how to be immortal. on the book of how to overcome obstacles in the afterlife and spiritual entities that one has to deal with in the spiritual world. That the spiritual world is even larger than this physical world. And the ancient Africans clearly understood that. And even Africans today who have not lost their mind still understand this. Okay. The fourth golden age deals with Kush coming back in because Africa has lost its way again. In the fourth golden age, the brothers from ancient Kush come back into Africa to bring back the teachings of the old ways. So you have the great writings of Kashta, the great writings of Pianki. You have these great writings, Shabaka. And so we have the Shabaka texts during the fourth golden age. These writers are coming back, and they're not writing anything new. The fourth golden age, Shabaka is saying, no, you need to go back and study Ptah. And so the greatest records we have of Ptah, the creative spark of the architect of the universe, is based upon Shabaka's writing. He's just rewriting the scrolls, the papyri that had been destroyed, some of the walls that had been destroyed, some of the temples that had been destroyed. It was a Renaissance era of Africans reclaiming and bringing back to life what had been lost. So those are those four. The rest of the golden age would go back into Kush, and we would see that later in Axum, Napata, Moreau. Those are other offshoots of ancient Kemet. Egyptologists will tell you that those were Africans who were the Egyptians Egyptianized them, and that they were following what is the other way around. These ancient Africans created what is Egypt, and all they did was go back to their traditional ancestor worship. It wasn't something that was shoved down their throat or that was totally new. No one else, other people, ancient Kemet traveled to other places in the world. Nobody else could duplicate ancient Kemet but Africans. And I need to make this statement. The Greeks came into ancient Africa and stayed for what? 300 years as rulers. If you go to Greece, outside of the Parthenon, and there's no other evidence of high civilization. They cannot duplicate. They don't have the Neteru all over the place. They don't have giant statues all over the place. They don't have pyramids all over the place. They were there 300 years. How come they couldn't duplicate it? The Romans would have come in after the Greeks in 30 BCE, and they had access to all the temples. They had access to all the information the Greeks had. They built a couple of temples, a couple of monuments, their cathedral, their Colosseum. But outside of that, there's no other. This Kemet is not duplicated because they don't have that knowledge again. They can't. They build some statues, and we can see we are the first to etch in stone. So when you see those Roman statues their teachers were the Africans. The African sculptures, the African scholars, they were still present in Rome at every stage. They were still leaders in Rome at every stage.
You got to talk.
The word the Senate in Greece and the Senate in Rome wore the long robes, almost like a galabia, like a kaftan, or, the long robes with the cloth over their arm. That's from ancient Kemet. The word S in the Medu-Neter alphabet is a bolt of cloth wrapped down that would be draped over the arm. And so the Greeks and the Romans wanted you to know that their most learned was based upon the knowledge from ancient Kemet. And they wore their cloth over their fabric, over their bodies, the same way they did in ancient Kemet. And they were the most learned of the Western society. That's where that comes from. So I need you to be really clear about that. And they don't show you, but many of the people who still were the advisors of the Senate and in Greece and Rome were still African priests. The whole Masonic, the Mason era, the whole, idea of Masons and Masonic, this were sculptures based upon the art of Ptah. In ancient in ancient Greece, they say if it wasn't for Ptah, we would have no houses. no buildings. We would still be living in caves. This is what the ancient Greeks said. And Ptah is the patron of all craftsmen. So that's where the Masonic order comes from.
Where is that written? If it was not for Ptah, we would have no houses, no.
You'll come back. I got some works to get. I have to go back to the library and start pulling this stuff out. But this is the words by the Greeks. I want you to understand that. Who are the Greek scholars? I need to go back and get the book by George G.M. James.
Yes.
George G.M. James showed you that every so-called Greek scholar studied in Africa. Every single one studied in Africa in those very same temples we just talked about. You know? So I need to be real clear.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. Would you continue in terms of how Rome and Greece, even the way they carried themselves, even the way they dressed, and so forth, was a duplication?
It was a duplication of what they saw in ancient
Can you give more examples?
Well, first of all, I talked about the Senate, who were the most learned. Okay, you know, that was a perfect example. They talked about their structures, their buildings, their temple. They didn't have no temple. Europe had no temples. They had no major cities before they came in contact with Africa. I need to make that real clear. And can't nobody show you some cities and stuff that was there. Right now, one of the biggest phenomena in Europe is they're uncovering pyramids that existed in Europe thousands of years, that are even older than ancient Kemet. But they weren't built by Europeans. They were built by Africans. I need to be clear. We are the original inhabitants of all of the continents on the planet Earth.
If they're found in Europe, how can you say they were built by
We are the first Europeans. Europe is named after Europa, an African queen of North Africa. You know? So even the word Europe is named after an African black woman. So I need to be clear about that. You know, we are the first Asiatics. The first Asians are Africans or black people. Southern Asia was populated first. You know, we get the yellow, pale-looking Asiatics who are the descendants from the Mongolians. And the Mongolians come from the extreme north, like the Europeans come from the extreme north, the ice people. So we have the sun people and the ice people meet. And that's when you have the people of color. So I need to be real clear about that. The ice people, lacking melanin, meet the sun people who are melanated. And then you have the variations of the brown people in between. So you need to be clear about that. The original happens of Japan were black people, the Anu, the original happens of southern China. When I went to China, I traveled into the interior and there was a whole village of black people with flat face, slanty eyes, thick lips, big nose, look just like Africans. The only difference is that they also look like the Chinese, or the Chinese look like them. When I asked them when did they get there, they said they were there before the Chinese. And they also had an interior art. They weren't taking Chinese Kung Fu. They had their own martial science.
Let me ask you, hasn't there been research lately that determined Europeans are descendants of Neanderthal?
Yes.
Talk about that.
That's the latest research. I've been talking about this for over 25 years. See, we have to clearly, as the Africans left, Diop is probably the best to talk about this. Can you just pause for just 1 second? In 1974, Diop challenged UNESCO and the whole Egyptology world. Dr. Shank Anta Diop and Theo Bengo challenged all of them. And they came with their books, they came with their artifacts, they came with DNA samples of the mummies. They came prepared. The Egyptologists just showed up with their white skin and thought that was enough. And they got spanked. At UNESCO, they proved that the ancient Egyptians were African people or black-skinned people. Number two, they proved that the language, Madu-Necha, linguistic, was African and can be found in the basic Bantu languages throughout Africa. And he took many samples of African language and showed where those words still exist today, even used the same way they were in ancient Yemen. So the people were black, melanated people. Number two, their language was African. Their spirituality, all of the spiritual paraphernalia of ancient Kemet came from the interior, from the burning of the frankincense and the myrrh, the wearing of the leopard skin, the rituals that they went through can be found as South Africa, East Africa, West Africa, throughout there. The same rituals was in there. So they proved that the spiritual system of ancient Kemet was African. The deities, if they looked at all the statues, were African. All the animals were from Africa. No Asia. It wasn't no Asiatic. It wasn't no camel in there. There was no Indian elephants. Everything was from the African continent, from the interior of Africa. So they proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the culture of the ancient Kemet, the ancient Egyptians, was African. And they showed from their clothes to the way they worshipped, to their family habits, their agriculture habits, the cattle that they had, the plants that they grew, all came from the interior of Africa, not from Asia or Europe. So it was clear. So culturally, linguistically, spiritually, architecturally, every phenomena showed that the ancient Egyptians were African people and that everything that we know about Egypt came from the interior. Diop proved this beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Even their descendancy,
matrilineal system coming from the woman. Thank you very much. All shown, especially in ancient Kush, which was the main, ancestors of the ancient. They still had a matrilineal. In ancient Kush, in some cases, they had just as many women rulers as they had men, and in some areas, more women rulers than men. And even in Kemet, the throne was passed through the woman. Aset is the throne maker, and that's what she wears, the throne on her head. And so all dealing, and just the way the ancient Africans treated their women. Total respect. Not like Asiatics or Europeans or anybody else on the planet. All right, so very, very clear. So I want to be, clear on those points. Now I said we populated the whole planet. And Diop showed you he showed you the various different types of 6 different types of humanoids on the planet. And all 6 existed on the African continent. Only 2 could be found outside of the African continent. And for example, one was Neanderthal man. Neanderthal might have left Africa maybe 150,000 years ago. He died out most of the places but managed to survive in parts of Northern Europe. And then he is the predecessor and the ancestor of later what will become Europeans and some of Mongolians, Asiatics. And so that's this extreme aggressive nature. So Neanderthal didn't develop a written language or a spoken language. Neanderthal basically lived like a gorilla would live. Foraging, finding food, living in a cave, so that's early man, the Neanderthal. Now, modern scientists have shown, because only in 2011 was the first time that they were able to break down the DNA of a Neanderthal. Everything was too old or they couldn't find it. But in 2011, they were able to break down the DNA of a Neanderthal. And they found out that the DNA of Neanderthal didn't exist in any of the indigenous Africans of today. It only existed in about 75% of the European population from Europe.
75% of the European population has a DNA that goes to the Neanderthal?
To the Neanderthal. And the other 25% is part of that whole Adam, that Eve thing that they show you where, I heard you mention and talk about that they can trace everybody to one African woman, probably from East Africa. Well, that other 25% that's not in Neanderthal, it stems from Africa, and it's part of our descendants. But this, when we say that the Europeans have more crimes against humanity than any people on the planet, it's because they're not human. They're humankind, kind of like a human. So they even use that terminology, and we never took it literally. But you need to take it literally. They're humankind, kind of like a human. And just like Neanderthal,
we're talking about Neanderthal.
Just like Neanderthal didn't have a value system where they didn't harm their brother and sister or fellow man, or they were in tune with the ecosystem of the planet. we don't expect modern day Europeans to be like that. They are learning their human characteristics from Africa. They have been at war with nature ever since we found them. And that's also in the text. In the text of ancient Kemet, when they talked about the Tamahu, that was a name that they used for the Europeans, they said, have been fighting since the time of Haru. Does not bend his back to tilt the soil. And his feet is propelled by the search of food. And he lives in a barren land. That's what the ancient Kemetic thought of the Europeans. That was their knowledge of them during this time, of the great civilizations of ancient Kemet. All right, so we need to be clear. Even, come on, just even during the Roman times, the Gauls, which are the French and people like that, ran around naked with no clothes, no loincloth, no nothing, just ran through and fought naked. When Hannibal came through that area, he talks about the naked Gauls and the European tribes who didn't even have clothes. You know, or the clothes that they did have were skins during a certain time of the year they would wear them. You know, and so, come on, Hannibal, that's like 2,000 years ago. That ain't even that far ago, you know. So, you know, look at the movie The 13th Warrior, based upon a book that was written by an Arab sheikh about 1400 BCE. I mean, no, 1400s in the Common Era. That's only about what? No, it's just prior to Columbus. Columbus sailed 1492. So just prior to Columbus, many Europeans were still eating each other. In Northern Europe, the Vikings were scared of other groups of Europeans who lived further north. Now, the Vikings were the most ruthless of the Europeans. If they scared of somebody, what kind of Europeans are they scared of? People who were direct descendants of this Neanderthal, who still lived underground, who still lived in caves. When they went to war, they carried a pitchfork to bring back the dead bodies that they ate. All you gotta do is examine the caves of Europe and you'll still see the bones 10 feet, 20 feet high in some of the caves.
No, I mean, that's today.
That's still today. You can still find that. They don't talk about that, but that's still there. But look at the movie The 13th Warrior. I love it because Europeans wrote the movie. You know, you can't say some blacks did it and tried to make them look bad. No, you know, go back and look at that. That's based upon a book that was based upon real documents from Arabia.
Can we segue now into Rome?
Yes, let's deal.
Touch on Greece and go
right. Let's touch into Greece.
Because now we're looking at the people who comes into Egypt.
Right.
And so what I want to look at is who comes in and what did they contribute, if anything. But what was it like? What was that interaction with the Kemetic people, the Kemetic priesthood? What happened? What's their legacy?
Okay, now, so let me just show you this conflict. Okay, so there's several maps that you can see that shows the gradation of color on the planet Earth. Based upon geographical location and climate. And you'll see the darker people, a certain area, and then you get brown, beige, tan, and then eventually pale. There's no white people. The concept white people was just created a couple of 100 years ago. They pink and a pale color. So they're not white, okay? So that terminology of white people, you know, it's a modern terminology, so I just need to make sure that that's clear for people, you know, listening to this. And then later they would to distort their books and make white pure and black bad, when all of the ancient records was just the opposite. White is recessive, black is dominant. Black is beautiful. Like I said in ancient Kemet, to deify somebody and give them their greatest homage was to make them black. You know? So you can see they just reversed all of this. When the first Europeans learned to write, because they learned from the Africans, they also wrote from right to left. Most of the African writings and the African glyphs in the system of many of the Asiatics write from right to left, from where the sun, east to west. So they write from where the sun rises to where it sets. Finally, when the Europeans got control, when the Greeks got control of their society, and they became the dominant caretakers of their own culture, then they switched it and started writing from left to right. But the first, even Greeks wrote right to left. So I just need to be real clear about that.
But the Greeks had no writing system.
No, they got it. The ancient Kemetic introduced their writing system, took their language and created a writing system for them, which is still based upon, and we get this misnomer. The ancient Phoenicians were African people. So I need to make, because people say, oh, it was part of Phoenician writing. No, the ancient Phoenicians are African people just from northern Africa. So we need to be real clear. The Phoenicians were Africans who were basically the sea maritime people. They were this, people who were the traders who navigated the oceans. Okay, so I just need to be clear. So the Phoenicians are the predecessors to what will become the Moors. So I just need to make that clear. So, if you want to go ancient Moors, you don't see that word, but you'll see Phoenicians. So the Phoenicians migrated into what we cap into the ancient Moors. And then the Moors became more defined as the Islam rose, because these Africans were converted to Islam. And then they spread the seas, and so that's Moors became attached to that. And so that's why you'll see the Moors, the first thing they say to each other is Islam, brother, All right, so clear. Now, so the first Greeks, I made that mention before, that the Greeks said that if it wasn't for Ptah, they would still be in the caves. So I need you to understand that the area that is Greece today was a colony of ancient Egypt. Let me say that again. The area that is Greece today, and Iona, and all that area around there, was a colony of ancient Egypt.
Egypt founded it?
Founded that area. That area was predominantly swamp area, like Holland, all water areas. They built dams and dikes and drained the area, making it habitable. The Europeans had nothing to do with doing that. This was all done by African ingenuity. And then Europeans began to migrate into this area. They came in as workers, not traders and stuff like that. They didn't have nothing to trade that the Africans wanted. So they came in as workers.
And were civilized by them.
And were civilized by these Africans who were living there.
Okay.
And they were, if Greece was small little city states for a long time.
At war with one another.
At war with one another. Because that's what they were doing when they were further north. And they didn't get, and we kind of contribute, who was the great Aesop fable? Aesop fables, they'll try to say. Aesop said he was an Egyptian. So I need you to clearly understand that. That's about 1,000, that's 1200 BCE. This is still before the Greek society came into existence. The first, so even the first writers who claimed to be Greeks were still Africans. Okay, so I need to be really, really clear. So now they're in contact with our world. All you have to see is the Mediterranean. We're trading. We're doing commerce there. Crete was a Greek colony. Ancient Crete was a Greek colony. And you can still see, all the ancient work looked like you were still in Egypt. Okay? And which really not only was the colony of Greece, but was established by ancient Kush before Kemet came into its total light. And so the Africans, as they were colonizing and developing Kemet, they were developing areas in the Mediterranean. Okay, now, how did some of these Europeans come into greater levels of knowledge? They had to enter the schools to do that. We have to understand, when you talk about ancient Greece, they can't talk to you about no educational system, no school system.
No alphabet. No, what they call the Greek alphabet is what?
Was created by the Africans, and it comes from the Phoenicians. Okay, all right. So they don't have that. Okay, so I need to be real clear. So now look, these colonies were set up, and I talk about this even in my book, in Spiritual Warriors Are Healers. I talk about let me get to this. Temples. I need to make the statement. They set up temples. The ancient Kemetic, the ancient Africans, set up temples outside of Africa as they travel the world. These temples became prototypes of where seats of civilization began in those areas. Here's an example. On my page 26 in the book Spiritual Warriors Are Healers. This is in chapter 1. The great temples in Waset, Kemet, Iput, Isut, had subordinate lodges. It had it naturally in Kush at Tasseti, Het Ka Patah, which became Memphis. In Mali, temples, which later became the Dogon seat. In Zimbabwe, and I showed you the great ruins in Zimbabwe.
Correct.
That was part of the Kush temple. Okay? And Monomotapa, Southern Africa. I showed you pictures of Monomotapa in Southern Africa. That's all part of the temples. In Ghana, among the Akan. The Akan, when I traveled in Ghana and worked with the Ohene Asante, I was trying to learn the Ghanaian spiritual system. When we started talking, and I started talking about ancient Kemet, they didn't want to teach me. They wanted to learn about ancient Kemet because they said their stuff was based upon ancient Kemet. So all the so-called deities and things in ancient Ghana was based upon ancient Kemet. In Nigeria, among the Yoruba. In Kilwa, that's Eastern Africa, near where Tanzania is today. In Medina, near the Red Sea. Palestine, at Mount Carmel, that was a Kemetic temple set up. In Assyria, at Mount Hermon, in Lebanon, Kemetic temple set up. The foundation of their education in that area. Nobody was learned in that area unless they went to those temples. In India, at the banks of the Ganges River, the great temples, all set up by, again, these great Keshites who traveling through. Babylon, Burma, Athens. Athens in Rome is a seat of a Kemetic temple. And so the learned people there had to go there. Rome, at Elton or Cotton, at Elia, and Elia Cotton in Rome. Rhodes, Delphi, Miletus, Cyprus, Iona. For example, the so-called first Greek philosophers weren't even Greek. They came from Iona, which was a province of ancient Kemet. They had a temple set up there. And so the first so-called Greek philosophers studied in Iona, got scholarships. Only the best ones were allowed to come to ancient Kemet. So you have people like Thales, Thales. Thales is the so-called the first Greek philosopher, 640 in BCE. He studies in Iona, then goes to Egypt and studies for 22 years in the Kemetic temples. He comes back up and sets up the first school of mathematics and philosophy in all of Europe. Are you hearing me?
I hear you. Yeah.
And they can go study this. This is Iona, okay? All right? And let me just say this. Well, George G.M. James did an excellent job by saying there's no such thing as Greek philosophy. Greek philosophy is literally stolen Kemetic philosophy. Okay? But we're going to take it even further than that in this particular episode. I want it to be perfectly clear. The so-called concept of Greek philosophy was created by Europeans in their Renaissance when they came out of the Dark Ages as a result of the Moors. The Moors introduced Greek philosophers to Europeans. Did you hear me?
I hear you.
The Moors introduced the great Greek philosophers, or the great philosophers, let me change that. The great philosophers who were in Greece and Rome to the Europeans. When the Vandals sacked Rome, the Vandals and the Germanic tribes who came in, they didn't have literature. They weren't writing. They were illiterate. They didn't come in and steal no books. They didn't try to take the great writings of Rome with them. They didn't go and go where the Senate, was lodged and try to take their records back to ancient Germany and back to Finland and Norway. They didn't do any of that. They just came and sacked the people, destroyed the monuments and temples, and carried all the gold and booty they could take back. So I need to be clear. So when Rome fell, the Europeans who that's where you get the word vandalism from the Vandals. who just destroyed. So when I talked about Neanderthal, you see the connection here?
Yeah.
You have people who come in and they just destroy. They don't want to take back any of the wealth that the Romans had even stolen. And the Romans had stole from everybody.
Now I can begin to understand how, what we were talking about earlier, that I said all the young people asked me, if we were this great, how did the Europeans manage to conquer us? That fits right into you getting a vision of what you're dealing with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can clearly see. So, now let me just go back just one more step. So now, the Moors, who are the learned scholars from Kemet, who were converted to Islam by the Arabs, and annexed into the Arab world, conquered Egypt in 711. They come in and they are really the ones who are going to educate the Europeans. So they come in and set up the first temples, the first Senate, the first temples, the first, all of that masjid is set up in Spain. The first universities in Europe. There are no universities in Europe in 711. Let me just start this. When the Moors came into Europe in 711, all throughout Europe, there are no universities. That concept ain't even thought of at this point. The only people in Europe who can read and write are people who are connected to the Roman Catholic Church.
Correct. That is correct.
So if you were not a monk, and almost no women, so if you were not a monk or part of the royal family, you couldn't read in Europe. So when they finally put the Old and New Testament together in the 1400s, they didn't have nobody who could read this stuff. So when Martin Luther put the 92 Theses on the wall of Wittenberg, that's in Germany. People have to put this in proper. That's in Germany. So the Protestant religion that broke away from the Roman Catholic Church, that set up the first school in Europe, or the Protestants who broke away from the Roman Catholic Church. They wanted to keep the people ignorant. Now that the cat was out the bag, the Catholics said, "Oh no, well wait a minute, we got to compete with this." So they set up the Catholic Church. Catholic schools. So we was the parochial schools. Mm-hmm. So you have the Protestant and then the parochial. So that was developed in Europe as a result, after that. Okay, so, but there's still no great universities yet. So over 12, 13 universities was developed by the Moors in Europe. So when you talk about Cambridge, Brighton, and all of that, that's a result of these Europeans who intermingled with the African Moor scholars and then went back to Europe. And this is where they learned about the great thinkers in Greece and Rome. They were severed from all the stuff that Roman had stolen and pillaged and taken. Because you understand, at times Rome sacked Babylon, had conquered Babylonia, had conquered Syria, had conquered many places in Asia, all the way to the Great Ranges, all the way, like that, all the way to the what's the tallest mountains? Yeah, but anyhow, so Rome had conquered all that area. They had conquered Egypt. So they had taken the very best of all these places. So why didn't the Europeans have this information? Why did they go into their dark ages? Because when they sacked Rome, that was their connection to the black world. Rome, as ruthless as Rome was the connection to civilization for the rest of Europe. It wasn't in Britain, it wasn't in Scotland, it wasn't in Germany, it wasn't in Russia. So Rome said that the ancient Pects and Angles, who later to colonize in Britain, Great Britain, to become the Brits, right? The Brits were so backwards that they didn't even make good slaves.
That is true. That is what they said.
Yes, that's recorded by the Romans.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But let's talk about Rome. When Rome comes into Egypt, the Romans and the Greeks are the same people, aren't they?
Okay, yes, you have to understand. Okay, so look at today, Greece is where the Greeks were. And look at today, Italy is where the Romans were. I know a lot of people don't associate that, so I gotta let them look at geography for a second. You know, I remember my son had some confusion one time, and he said, "Oh, Dad, she's not European, she's Italian." I said, "Son, let's go to the map. You see that boot-looking thing right there? That's Italy. That's part of Europe." Okay? Now, I want you to be clear. The reason why even certain Europeans will say that is because some of the Mediterranean people, the Greeks, remember I talked about that 25%. Some of the Italians and Grecian people and Macedonian people were intertwined with Africa for thousands of years. The Romans didn't associate themselves with the Pects, the Angles, the Brits, the Germanic tribes. They looked at them as savage barbarians. Go read the Roman texts. And that's why they just slaughtered them on sight. In fact, some of the Romans and the Greeks were afraid to go into the forest further north beyond the Germanic tribes because they figured they'd get eaten alive. No one went there and came back. This is what the Romans wrote about. Today, these same people say, "Oh, our forefathers were the Romans and the Greeks, and Greek is our classical language." Well, these same Greeks disassociated themselves from those people. These same Greeks that they're saying is their civilization is based upon had wanted nothing to do with them. Looked at them as a total different people and despised them. See, so when the Europeans came into the Renaissance, they had to connect to something. When they came out of the Dark Ages as a result of the Moors, they got reintroduced to how powerful Rome was. They got reintroduced on the information that was in Greece. You understand, the Parthenon was just a ruins. The Roman Colosseum and all that was just ruins to them. Even during the Crusades, that was already sacked in ruins. So when the Crusaders went past that area, they didn't even put it together. Looked like there was some civilization here. No, that didn't even cross their mind still. And then you had small pockets. Now let me just say this here. The pockets of Europeans that did connect the dots then was looked upon as an enemy of the church. And the church was in control. So you had the round knights of the table, they were looked at as bad guys. Where did they get the information? They were connected to the knowledge that come out of ancient Greece. They were connected to Ptah. They were connected to that.
Then
you know what I'm talking about? Yes. Okay.
But the first Romans coming into North Africa, into Kemet, who were there? Who were they? And what was their culture and their knowledge base, or their civilization, and how did they then interact?
We have to be clear here that, for example, even what we call Rome today was a colony of Greece. I'm saying that Greece was a colony of Africa, of Kemet.
Okay.
And Rome was a colony of Greece.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
All right, so you starting to,
Yes.
see where I'm going. Okay, all right, In fact, even what we call Italians today, they had to annex and partition and fight civil war to become part of the Roman Empire. The Romans didn't even call the Italians, they weren't even part of the early ancient Roman Empire. Do you understand? The Italians that we call today weren't part of the ancient Roman Empire. They were an elite family group, that was connected to this people who came initially from Greece. And they had to petition. And only the royal family had voting rights.
Now, who was the royal family?
The royal family are family that were connected to the Africans and Greeks. So you have to be real clear. In fact, all of Europe's royal family, if you look at their family crescent, got some black person with woolly hair on it. The British royal family is connected to the German royal family from Bavaria. The Bavaria royal family are the Moors. Listen, the British just changed their names during the European War because they were fighting against Germans, and you didn't want to look like they were that the people who were in charge of Britain were part of the same family they were fighting. So this is all modern that this stuff is being disguised. We have to understand that, So if you look at the Bavarian royal family, which is in Germany, the Germanic tribes, their royalty leads to the ancient Moors in the black world. That comes back. Now you have to even understand that even when the Romans were in control, the blacks in Rome were trading with blacks in America. Not the red man in America, the blacks in America.
Explain, please.
That as Africans, remember I talked about these great temples. Remember?
Yes.
I stopped when we got to Rome, but in Delphi and places like that, in Iona and Crete, right? But now we had Megara, the Temple of Euclid. We had Cartona, the School of Pythagoras. We have the Aztecs in Mexico. We have the Olmecs in Mexico. We have the Maya in Central Africa. The Inca in Peru and South Africa are all connected to the Africans of the Nile Valley. I'll say that again. That the Inca, the Maya, the Olmecs, and the Aztecs, all their sacred temples and sacred pyramids and sacred knowledge are connected to the Africans of the Happy Valley.
How so? How did it get connected?
We came there as traders, as scholars, not as conquerors. And we set up their systems. That's why their systems look like it appeared out of nowhere. Like people had no, like for example, in ancient Kush and knowledge, ancient Kush, I just showed you a progression of knowledge that existed for hundreds of thousands of years. I just showed you some pyramids that existed 100,000 years ago. I showed you the zodiac, astrology, astronomy, the winter solstice, Haru, that existed in petroglyphs 100,000 years ago in South Africa. We went to Nabta Playa in the Sudan and showed that 8,000 years ago we had our solar that system broken up. We understood the star chart. We understood everything that we know today. And then we showed you how all that came into ancient Kemet, and all of that is there. Where? Okay, so you can see a progression. We can saw in Zimbabwe. It's in totally alignment with the pyramids in Giza. Right? Okay, now, if we go to Mexico, do we see a progression of knowledge?
No, it just appears.
It just appears. If we go to Peru, in South America, is there a progression of knowledge? No, it appears. And it appears on top of a mountain. You can't even build like that. You can't drag those stones up to the top of the mountain. You can't. Where do they get knowledge of carving in stone like that that almost can't be matched today? It just appears.
Right.
Airports that connect all of those places to Africa and Europe. Air navigation. We had knowledge. I didn't even talk about that, but let me just keep going here. Okay, so Central America, I talked about all of that. I already talked about the Shang Dynasty. So we have pyramids in China, the Kambulu, and the Funan, Kampa in East and Southeast Africa. Canaanite, we already talked about the Phoenicians. These are just some of the temples that were all connected in ancient Kemet.
Correct.
So this is how this knowledge gets spread all around the globe. Now, since they're in Mexico, listen, they have writings in the Grand Canyon that was written during the time of Tutankhamun in Medu And the Smithsonian and all of them are trying to cover it up. When they first discovered it was a big article, ancient Egyptian glyphs found in the Grand Canyon. And then a week later, they said, oh no, that was a mistake. We can't find any of that. And that was a mistake. That never happened. Because the people who were funding this, the secret society said, no, you can't put that information, out in there. Not only that, the Moors, they found glyphs, Medu Neter, in New England, United States, yes, from the Moors, from ancient Kemet. How do you get that? I'm talking, remember I told you when you go to the Metropolitan Museum, right there in the old period, they show a ship bigger than the Pinta, Nina, and Santa Maria all put together in ancient Kemet.
Correct.
With sails and everything. So we had sea, ocean going vessels during ancient Kemet. Now I have to make this clear. Let me be clear. The Roman Navy were all navigated by African sailors.
The Africans participated throughout, even in leadership
In Greece and Rome. And in fact, their lifeline was their hold on Northern Africa. Northern Africa was Rome's lifeline. They just pillaged and destroyed the various peoples in Europe for control of dominance of land. But their gold, their minerals, their money all came from Northern Africa.
Even
That's why Carthage, for example, over there, was so important. And that's why Hannibal came in there and gave them a royal whooping for a couple of centuries. You know?
even the food basket
Yes.
was northern.
Was Northern Africa.
That's why I wanted you to
Yes.
put all of that in perspective so we can see Rome and its relationship to the ancient
Greece's
How
food basket. Greece's food basket was based on Northern Africa. You have to understand. I'm going to take something a little simple like this here, like olive oil. The importation of olive oil is an African phenomenon, not Greece. Olives were introduced into Greece
From where?
from Northern Africa. And olives, they're unedible off the vine. They're so hard. You got to soak them for a whole year, whatever it is. So this year's olives was from a 2 years crop from behind. We came here and did the importing and exporting of the olives and olive oil in Greece. That was controlled by the ancient Egyptians. When Greece took over and defeated them, then they took that over, and then the Romans would have taken over from the Greeks, you know. But I just wanted to show you, you know, all of the food, most of the food, the tomato, when you think of Italians, you think of pasta, that comes from China. When you think of tomato, that comes from Northern Africa. Listen, that comes from Africa. They didn't have no tomatoes in Italy. It's still not indigenous there. That was brought in there.
Okay.
So I want you to see, most of the food crop still came as a result of the African trade. And guess who was really responsible for bringing food into Europe? The Moors. Because remember, when they went through their dark ages again, think about this, brother. I want to make it real clear so people think we're just not making this up. In the 1800s, just prior to the Civil War in America, you had a great famine in Scotland and in Wales. It was called the what? The potato famine.
That's right.
What group of people you know only got one food?
The Irish.
Yes. Come on. I'm just showing you how Europe have always been. During the time of the Crusades, and even after the Crusades, Europe, wait, let me just take 1492, for example. 1492 should be known for two things other than what we know it for. We think of it as Columbus. That should be the last thing on your mind. In 1492, the Moors were expelled from Spain.
That's right.
And the Jews were massacred. On April 1st, 1492, April Fool's Day, is when the Europeans, the Queen, they sent a note saying, we will let you go, we'll have ships waiting for you at the port, and all the Jews and blacks, y'all have to leave Spain. And so on April 1st, they went down to the shore to board, to get aboard the boats and the ships that the church said they would have waiting for them. And when they got down there, our army was waiting for them and slaughtered them. April Fools.
Whose army?
The European Crusade, the England, France, all of them came together. It was the Catholic Church.
Okay.
The Catholic Church mustered the army. Same people who were in the Crusades fighting against the Muslims. Okay, so they were waiting there and they killed the Jews and the Muslims, you know, and that was April Fool's Day. So we're celebrating April's Fool's Day. We're selling the decimation of Hebrew and African people who were tricked that they would be allowed to leave peacefully and would be aided in their voyage. And when they got there, April Fool, and
this was
92.
1492.
April 1st, 1492. So when we think of 1492, that shouldn't be a happy day. That shouldn't be a day of celebration.
Okay.
You shouldn't be wandering around talking about no Columbus.
But now I'm beginning to see how the Greeks come into Rome, come into North Africa, into Kemet. They had a relationship.
They had a relationship all the time.
They were being trained.
They were being, listen, they were a colony and educated, and only their best would be taken in. And so, but let me just say this though, and George Jim James makes it real clear. As the best began to get educated, that was still too much for the average European. And so all those so-called philosophers, Plato, Socrates, were killed and ostracized for teaching what? Foreign thought. Mm-hmm. So what Europeans are classifying as Greek philosophy, the Greeks said was foreign thought.
And murdered them.
Yes. Stoned, murdered. All was sent out of the cities and and ostracized. Mm-hmm. So I need to be real clear about this. Mm-hmm. So naturally, when the Romans, who just took on all of this information into their Senate and into their educational system, which was not for the common people. So I need to be clear. During the greatest of Rome, 95% of the population was illiterate. And I'm being kind when I say 95. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay? And every movie does not depict the large number of blacks that were still there. Rome could not exist without the black population that was there.
Talk about that population and that relationship and the differences within the culture. Because when you look at Rome, you look at Caligula, you look at how Rome...
Caligula, oh man, that family, that will drive you nuts. Caligula, that was nothing but murder during that time period. Every Roman emperor was murdered during the time of the Caligula.
Yeah, I just want to look at when Rome takes over Egypt, that cultural impact with the native Egyptians, what Rome contributed to civilization during that period. How was that interaction and the relationship between Rome and the native people?
Okay, now, we have to be clear that Rome is riding off of their connection with Greece and are benefiting from what the Greeks have learned as a result of being in close facsimile and close contact with the African nation. First of all, Greece is a colony of ancient Kemet. And so, but yet they are a different ethnic group. So we have to be clear. But they were not enslaved. Okay, so I'm just clear. The Africans taught them about the sea, and travel, and using through their Phoenician sleeps and through their boats and ships, how to commerce. Because Greeks they don't become relevant until they learn how to use the ships and go to the ocean. Because they don't have nothing naturally growing there. You have to be clear. Go to Greece today. There's still nothing basically there growing. They're depending upon an import for almost all their foods and natural products. And so the Africans helped them develop that, right? So once they began to develop that, then the key is that Greece, because of their strategic location in the Mediterranean, became a trading port. So that's Greece's claim to fame, right? They are now a trading port. The Macedonians became a great military power Actually, the Macedonians are probably one of the first great military powers in Europe. Okay, the Macedonians of the King Philip, right, will sack those city-states that are, you know, around Greece. So Greece is still not a power yet. Macedonia becomes a power first. Then the Macedonians annex all that will become Greece. Under Alexander in 332, when he spreads across and conquers all of southern Asia, you know, all the way out to the Tigris and Euphrates, and all the way to the borders of India. That's the Macedonians. We call it Greece because the Macedonians annex Greece. And the word Macedonia is kind of like fallen from our vocabulary, because whoever controls the situation defines the situation. When they rewrote the books, they gave Greece the glory as opposed to the Greek Macedonians. Because so even the first Ptolemies were Greek and Macedonian. Okay? And annexing under Greece. Okay? So Greece became their homeland. Okay? But Macedonia was attached to that. Okay? So now they're introduced, they have their first army. Alexander develops, Romans cannot defeat Rome. Rome is a small place and not a major powerhouse during Alexander's reign. So they can't mess with Greece now. They're under the rule of Greece. Rome was under the rule of Greece. Now, the Macedonian Greeks are the powerhouse under Alexander. Alexander is undefeated as he travels all across southern Asia and then finally down into Africa. Like I said, when he came into Africa, he was on his way down to ancient Kush, because he had heard there were no warriors greater than the ancient Kushites. This is what Alexander heard. When he was in India, the Indians told him about the ancient Kushites. Because at that time, there were supposed to be two great black worlds. That which was India, and then that which was in Egypt and Kush. So now when he conquered Egypt, Kush was waiting. And they came to the border near Abyssinia with elephants. And they were standing there. They were like, come on, you want some of this? And Alexander consulted the oracle, and the oracle said, you will lose badly. And he never went into ancient Kush. Okay? So I'm just trying to show you up here. Now, so let's move. So Alexander is finally poisoned. He's killed. The Macedonians and then make a power play. So you had three great generals, and they kind of divide Alexander's empire up. One great general covers Asia, all the way out to Persia, that area there. Another one is in Egypt. And the other one takes to Macedonia and Greece. Okay, so Napoleon's empire is broken up into three areas. This makes the Romans easier to conquer them. Let me just say that. They couldn't have conquered Alexandria empire. But when Alexandria is killed, and the Romans, and then their empire is broken into three different facets, that allows Rome now to grow, because now Alexander's empire don't have a grip on them anymore. And it's not controlling that whole known world. So the Roman Empire now begins to expand. Now let me just talk about, we talked about the Roman culture. Let me just talk about here. The Roman gods, Greek at the top of their pantheon is Apollo.
Yes.
The Romans don't change that. They worship Apollo. The Greeks have Typhon, who represents Set, who later becomes like the devil comes in. The Romans don't change that. They got Typhon. In ancient Kemet, you have Aset. The Greeks have Demeter. And the Romans now have Cyrus. Athene, from Athenia, which was Neat. Minerva. The Romans have Minerva. The Romans have Famuus, who becomes Pan. Pan is the great Greek philosopher that deals with neat. Then they have Zeus, but the Romans have Jupiter. Basset becomes Artemis, and the Romans have Diana. Hermes, the group of knowledge. So in Kemet, you have Jhuty. The Greeks are to take Jhuty and turn him into Hermes. And now, watch this. The Romans would do Thoth and Mercury, where the word thought, to think, comes from. Comes from Jhuty, which comes from Hermes. So the Hermes texts, the books of Hermes, is the books of knowledge that the Romans will take. Those, see, they sacked the libraries. What you have to understand, what the Greeks did was sack the libraries. And then had the Africans translate the Medu Neter into Greeks. Then the Romans will take that and translate it into their language. In fact, most of the Roman scholars didn't even speak a so-called Italian language. They later spoke Latin, which was also created by the Africans, so that all of them can communicate. During this time, there is no Spanish. So we have to be clear about this here. Those are all controlled by these people. There is no French as we know it. Okay, so even Latin is older than all of them. In fact, the first Spaniards and French spoke Latin. That became a language that pulled them all together. Okay, so, I'm trying to be, hopefully I'm flowing here so that you know. So now that you know who the Roman gods were, that Mercury, that they was just Jhuty. And Jupiter, their greatest was just Zeus, who was Ammon. Zeus is Ammon. And Zeus and Jupiter have to go back to Ethiopia every year to be recharged. Now, why would your God have to leave your country and go to Africa to get recharged if that's where it's from?
So the Egyptians, the Greeks got what they got, even their gods, from Egypt, from the Africans,
from Kemet.
And the Romans got what they got from the Greeks. So the foundation is still African.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. So you got to be clear. So even Jupiter and them have to still give homage to Africa. But this is Roman God. This is the head of their pantheon. All right. So you need to be, you need to be really, really, really clear about this. So when they talk about Mercury, Thoth, and Hermes, that's just Jhuty. Okay. And all of their texts is the Hermetic knowledge. So I'm trying to pull the covers off of here now. The Hermetic knowledge, Hermes, Hermetic knowledge of Jhuty. The 42 oracles of Ma'at all comes from Jhuty or Ma'at. And so that's their Hermetic text. Okay, which is the foundation of Greek and Roman scholars. All comes out of Kemet. They don't have anything other to contribute to that. So their contribution to civilization, you can fit into a pinhead. Their Senate was an imitation, the Roman Senate is an imitation of the Greek Senate. The Greek Senate is an imitation of the priestship in ancient Kemet. All of the priests became the advisors to the Nasut Biti, the ruler of ancient Kemet. And so their Senate was trying to imitate that type of thing. But in ancient Kemet, it was based upon a spiritual thing. See, the ruler of ancient Kemet was also the high priest. Not in Greece and not in Rome. They didn't have anything to do with no spirituality. And so the Romans, the Greeks and the Romans took the spiritual out. But now I need to go back because you mentioned the idea about the Christians being slaughtered and all of that. I need to go back to the foundation of that. The Greeks, after Alexander, you understand, Alexander saw, after he conquered Kemet, saw the adoration and respect that was given to the royal family, and specifically to the Nesut Biti and to the high priest. And he wanted that type of respect. He didn't want respect just because the respect he had was just based upon fear, based upon his army, not based upon his knowledge and all of that. And so, and you have to understand, homosexuality was running rampant in Greece. That was and in Rome. That was the, So he wasn't getting the type of respect.
That was the culture.
Yeah, that was their culture, which was alien in ancient Kemet. Okay? And so now, after Alexander realized that the only way he's going to get this type of respect, he's going to have to go through initiation to show the people that he is a worshiper. He is the son of Amun. And so that's what Alexander does. Not only that, Alexander, even though he's a flaming homosexual, hooks up with a black woman.
Cleopatra.
No, the Cleopatras aren't created yet. Cleopatra is created from the Ptolemies after Alexander is killed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Right. Cleopatra is just a title.
Yeah.
For the queen of the Macedonian and Greeks.
Right.
Okay, right. So, but
she hooks up with Mark Antony.
Right. So Alexander, even though he's a flaming gay and got mailed up, changes his everything because he wants to prove to the people that he is like the Nesut Biti of ancient Kemet. He is the son of Amun. He sits at the feet. He is Ptah personified. He is Ra and consults with the sun. Okay? So now the white folks are just upset with this. So anyhow, they kill him. He's poisoned, right? And the Ptolemies is like, okay, now we ain't going through all of this. We're going to close these temples. Alexander loved the temples. He visited all the temples he could. The Ptolemies is like, oh, no. We come here to rule, right? So after they close the temples, they take the books and they begin to recipher them into Greek. I already explained about the whole breaking into the dynasties under Manetho and all of that.
Yes.
But now, so Ptolemy the first, or actually by Ptolemy the second, he's saying, listen, and Ptolemy is just a title. You have Ptolemy Philadelphius. Like the city of Philadelphia is named after Ptolemy, a Greek king who was head of Egypt. I bet you the people in Philly don't even know that. Okay. Okay, all right. So Philadelphius, okay. Ptolemy Philadelphius, okay. All right, so you need to know Cleopatra Beatrice, Cleopatra Bartholomew. Cleopatra is just a title also. So all of these new kings of ancient Egypt now, who are Greek and Macedonian, the ruler, the male is a Ptolemy, and the female is a Cleopatra. Most of the Cleopatras are kind of mulattoes. They're Greek and Macedonian and African. Most of the Ptolemies are just Macedonian and Greeks. Okay, so I need you to kind of be clear about that. So there's mixture in the blood, but every chance they got, the Ptolemies will just, So you had 7 Ptolemies and 14 Cleopatras. Cleopatra, who made love to Mark Antony and the boys, was Cleopatra the 14th. I mean, Cleopatra the 7th. It was 14 Ptolemies. Her brother, Cleopatra the 7th, her brother, she was married to her brother, who was Ptolemy the 14th. All right, so I'm just trying to show this relationship. So you're the Cleopatras and then them. Okay, so now, Ptolemy the 3rd wants this adoration that the Africans are getting. He's not getting that. He needs his army to get respect. So he commissions the priest to create a God image of himself. And that becomes Serapis.
Correct.
And Serapis becomes the Apis bull, Osiris, and Haru, all mixed together.
Right, and ceremoniously bestowed
upon him.
On him. To make him a god.
To make him a god. So that's the beginning of these Greek and Macedonian rulers being godlike. Mm-hmm. Okay? And Serapis later will be the prototype of your Jesus.
Correct.
Okay?
The Africans reject Serapis. The Romans killed him. But I want you to explain
Yes,
that.
yes, okay.
And why you had so much murder of the so-called Christians, but the Christians were Africans who rejected.
So let's go back and
Okay.
talk about Coptic. So I need to talk about, that's the
Yes.
birth of Coptic. So the followers of Serapis become Coptics, and that's the birth of the Coptic Christians.
Correct.
Okay? Now, they're to take the Greeks are bringing this as a religious philosophy, which was created by the ancient Egyptians for them,
Correct.
based upon their mythology
Right.
already.
Right.
Because the Greek don't have no mythology like this. So theirs starts with Serapis, which was created by the Africans. Okay, so we're clear
The
that.
African priesthood.
Right. Now, by the time when the Romans come in, they want to deify this. First of all, the Romans got a serious problem with this character. And because, they just sacked the Greeks. They ain't trying to deify nothing that the Greeks did, like that. And they definitely not trying to deify it because all the Coptic priests at this point are Africans. The Coptic priests that are in Greece are Africans. The Coptic church is an African church.
Correct.
The Kemetic temples, which have been closed by the Greeks, now become Coptic temples. But the science is lost. Because the Coptic priests are no longer the priests that had to go through the 42 oracles of or the books of Jhuty, the 42 books of Jhuty. Now we got a creation being done. And so the Coptic priests now are in Greece, so the Romans now are just doing these people in. So it was the Coptics who got done in first, not the Jews or the Hebrews. Okay, so you have to be real clear about that. And we haven't really mentioned about the Hebrews too much, in here. So you have to understand, all the early Hebrews were all African people. And we don't get a change until the Romans. So let me say this. The ancient Hebrews, up until the time of the Romans, was predominantly African with a few Asiatic converts. Greek and Asiatic converts. And those Greek and Asiatic converts were all merchants who were traders and saw it advantageous to move into this field. And they really got converted there so that they could inherit that which the Hebrews had set up as a result of their trade and commerce with the ancient Egyptians. And then that was their link into Babylonia and Syria. Palestine had been sacked a dozen times. Israel is for Isis, Ra, and El, which was the word for God. So Israel, the first capital, was a satellite of ancient Kemet. Clearly, it was a colony of ancient Kemet that broke away, just like the colonies of the 13 colonies in the United States was a colony of Great Britain and broke away and got its independence. So I want people who are studying the Jewish faith to clearly understand that Israel and the formation of that state in there was a colony of ancient Kemet that eventually broke away. And just like America is the child of Europe, England, the Hebrews, as we know the way, is a child of ancient Kemet that broke away. But it did not take the best with them, and we won't go into that. That's another whole, whole philosophy. Okay, I don't want to go into the whole Hebrew, Greek, thing. But now, the persecution now. So the Romans now, when they take in 30 BCE, the Romans conquer Egypt, killed, conquer Greece, and annex all of northern Africa. So all the possessions that the Greeks had now become Roman territory. And so this religion thing, they're not down with at all. They are basically atheists. They have their gods, that they worship, but they don't have no religion, So they just not down with this at all.
And they don't have no spirituality.
Right, no spirituality. That's out of the question. They're ruling by might and strength. Okay? And the Senate is their organizing body that kind of calls the shots that they're supposed to happen, Okay. So, are we clear on this here?
Yeah,
okay.
Clear.
So now, Roman emperors, let me just go back and talk about this. The Sparcici, I believe, can you stop?
This guy over here as an example, the dodecahedron. You want to connect with the universe. So if you're trying to connect with your ancestors, a shortcut is to understand that your DNA is no other than a dodecahedron. Just twisted, spiralized. From the upper hand down, looking downward, the planet Earth. Is it round or is the planet Earth flat? Of course we say round. And it's round by perception, but planet Earth is actually flat. True. As science evolves, we learn new things. From the upper hand down, above Earth looking down, they've confirmed that the planet Earth passes through the image of a dodecahedron. The planet Earth is a part of the DNA of the universe. So your DNA looks like this, but twisted, and your planet looks like this. So if you want to tap into universal energies, you may as well tap into the Earth's energies. If you want to connect with your ancestors, the energy that your ancestors passed through is the dodecahedron, one of the 5 platonic solids. Gotta understand the energy before you can utilize it. Gotta understand the energy before you can utilize it. So all of these, energy passes through these different types of polyhedrons or shapes. So I want to access the universe.
Need to just pull us in here. When we're talking about Julius Caesar is appointed to head of Spain by the Senate in 68 BC. Okay, so this is before Rome conquers Egypt and conquers the Greeks. Okay, so I just want to back up. Rome is starting to flex their might, just about 100 years before this. Like I say, they were no rival for Alexandria. But once the Alexandrian Empire was broken up, I explained that now Rome could grow and gain power, and their Senate is, But now, when we look, Caesar is elected to the council in 59 BCE. Caesar conquers the Gauls. That's what's in France. So what will become the French. In 57 BCE. So this is before they're still dealing with the Greeks and Rome. They're and as they conquer these people, they annex their army to theirs. And I need to let you know, the Roman army until the latter part never entered Rome. The Roman army was a hodgepodge of various people that they conquered. The Roman army was not Romans. Are you clear? In fact, the army wasn't even allowed to come into Rome. Their job was just to conquer and bring the booty to Rome.
So who was in Egypt? Since was the Roman army in Egypt? How
The
did they
Roman,
keep things
Roman
straight?
army, after they conquered in 30 BCE, part of the Roman army stayed in Egypt, and they appointed a Roman general there, or like a governor from the Roman, that the Senate appointed. Just like I said, they appointed Caesar to be like the governor of Spain, of the area that would be Spain, and then they had a governor of the Gauls, and then but then later they would go in. Like I said, in 57 they conquered the Gauls. That would be French. The Gauls took a whole lot of spankings. Everybody who came to power, beat the Gauls.
Just for clarification, let's get a look at who these people are that we call them the Romans. What are their territories? Where are they coming from?
They are groups of
And
people.
who would they be?
I should have a map here to really. I took my map. It's in Harlem.
Okay.
I had the big Kemetic map. You got it on hold?
Sure.
Okay.
Now, hold that book up a minute. Let me see what you're going to. Great events of Bible time? Okay, good. Let's go in.
This is going to give us a good idea. Okay. This will give us a little bit more background of what I'm talking about. When Alexander, son of Philip of Macedonia, conquered and created the greatest empire here in Western world, we'll look, you see the Black Sea below this, and you see Macedonia.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes.
All right, so you have Macedonia. So from you notice you don't see Greece there, you see Macedonia, because that's where Alexander was from. Okay, I know we notice him as a great Greek, okay, but that's where he's from. He conquers all the way across here. Asia Minor is called, right? That's where Iona and stuff like that. And today, this area up here will be called Turkey.
Okay.
So you're
Yes.
getting a little, yeah, okay. So Turkey is the doorway into Asia. So this side, part of Turkey is in Europe, the other part of Turkey is in Asia. Okay, so Alexander will conquer all of this this peninsula, which is Macedonia and Greece, move across into Asia Minor, conquer all of that, Cyprus, Crete, the islands there, move into this area here along the Euphrates River, move in, conquer Babylonia, Syria, and move all the way to the borders of India.
Now, but in those days, Turkey was still a part of the African continent.
No, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
Because you had the great Hittites, are probably the first known European nation to have any power. And the Hittites would be where Asia Minor is and where Turkey is today. So and the Hittites were not Africans.
Okay, let that part of the book down. Okay, now I can see it very well.
Okay, so this is what Alexander conquered, all of this area here. And then he was to come into Kemet. Okay, but you see, it doesn't go very far. He comes into Kemet, he goes out to Siwa. This is out in the desert here. This is an oasis out here. And then he comes back in this here to Memphis. So he doesn't go in the southern, if you see here, the southern part, which is Upper Kemet. He leaves that part alone. And then here's a coin, king of Alexander. This coin of Alexander, that's the horns of Amun. When they made this coin, he considered himself the son of Amun. Amun-Ra in ancient Kemet. You see that? Can you see the ram heads here? Okay. So now, this is not seen pretty good, but after Alexander dies, I talk about the three areas where his empire was broken up. You had the Ptolemy kingdom, which was northern Africa. Egypt. Then you had the Babylonian here, this area, and then you had the area over here, Macedonian area. So kept and you notice they call it the Hellenic age, okay, Hellenic or Hellenism. Anyhow, persecution of the Jews. So that's what we were just talking about that, okay. And then it talks about their gods at that time, Zeus, Apollo, and Athena. And those were the Greek gods. And the Romans are going to just tap it right on top of that. This just shows the Hellenic Wars. But I wanted to show you a map of when Rome finally comes into the picture. Here, we can see the first beginning writings. Books of Christianity. And so the first books that are to be brought into Greece to be shown are books dealing with the religion of the Coptics.
The Africans.
Yes. So that's their introduction to literacy, you know. Other than that, only the Senate could read, you know, and things of that nature. Okay, I wanted to... Okay, now, the Romans come into the picture, and that the Romans at their height, look at here, see? So they engulf all that was the Greeks.
But where are they coming from? Who are the Romans? I mean, not just that little piece.
Okay,
right
so,
there, but
right.
Who are their ancestors? Where are they coming down from?
Okay, first of all, I mentioned it before, Rome is a colony of Greece. When you have a colony of somebody, it's the people who come from there, go there to colonize. Okay, who were the original colonists in America?
The Native Americans.
No, colonists.
Oh, they were the English.
Okay, so the original colonists of Rome are the what? Greek and
Greeks.
Macedonians.
Yes.
I need to be clear.
Right. Okay.
Because I even told you at one time the Italians weren't even part of the Roman Empire.
Right.
Okay, they had to do civil war and petition to become part of Rome. Okay, so so that's late. So at the early stage. So now the Roman Empire is a conglomeration of all these people they conquered. So let me say this: the Roman Empire had Phoenicians, they had Syrians, they had Greeks, they had Macedonians, they had Gauls, they had Spaniards. They were all part of the Roman army, and even had certain divisions that might be dominant that part. And then it would be led by a Roman general from the Senate. But the Roman army was a hodgepodge of people from northern Africa. Look at here. They got many of their army from northern Africa, all this area here. They took many of their soldiers and generals from Egypt and Crete and all of these places here. So the Roman Empire consists not of just Italians or people here. They consist of people they conquered from all of these areas.
And many of them were Africans?
Well, not the largest percentage, but yes. I mean, you probably deal with maybe 10, 12, 12% of American population is Africans? The Romans were dealing with about that too. About 12%, just like we have in the American population. Now, when 12% of us are of the population, but look at us military. Is it just 12%? No. We are a much larger percent in terms of military. So that's the way it was in Rome. I need to be, so are you clear? I know the movies never depict, Africans, but there were many Africans, there.
Were Africans pretty much integrated in Roman affairs throughout?
There were Africans in the elite society. There were many Africans were depicted in their colonized section that enslaved. Rome, like Greece, had a large slave population. Many of the people, in fact, they had a problem when it came to taxation, because they had more slaves in the city than they had regular citizens. So they just had to start taxing everybody. Yeah, the Romans had a large. I'm going to talk about those populations too. I mean, you had times where there were 1 million people in Rome, and then you had times when Rome fell out of grace, where you might have 1,000 people. You know, so Rome depends on, you know, how they were winning and who defeated them, or who was in charge.
But in North Africa, you still had the Egyptians, black folk.
Yes. See, you know, let me just take this here. All right. So in North Africa, and I showed you that picture here. Okay. So you have a clear picture here. So Rome had these delegates. Most of these people were black coming to Rome. Okay. Even during the time of the Nicaean Conference. Nicaean Conference is around 315, 325 AD,
Yeah.
right?
Well, yeah, that was the third.
That was the third, yeah. I think 319 or something like that was the first Nicene Conference. Okay, so in 319, and in the 320, the Nicene Conference in Nice, a large percentage, almost the majority of most of the priests of the Coptic Church are all Africans. So now the problem they're having is that, by this time, they've already stopped the persecution. Okay, let me just say this here, around 100 to 200, you got great slaughters. I want to go back and give you some exact times here of the Christians. At one time, they just went in and killed every Christian they saw. So the Romans had no tolerance for religion whatsoever. Christianity, Judaism, anything. Religion, they just didn't have any of this Christian stuff.
And at that time, the Christians were primarily Africans?
Yes. 36, Octavius defeats, Octavia returns to Rome. He's supposed to be born in Palestine at 6 BCE. In the year so-called 1 in AD, Roma, which is the capital in Rome, has approximately 1 million people lives there now. So I'm trying to give you just how big, the Forum of Augustus is inaugurated in 2 AD. Roman acknowledged Symboli as the king in Britain in 5 AD. So this is the first time they acknowledge a king in Britain in 5 AD. So before that, it just savages. But the person they put in is kind of like a figurehead. Augustus expanded the borders to the Balkans. Gothic warlords. Okay, by 14 AD, okay, so just to give you an idea, in 1 AD, I said there was how many Romans?
Million.
1 million. In 14 AD, that's 14 years. There's now 5 million people who live in the Roman Empire. Mm-hmm. So as they conquered, they just brought those people into their empire. Mm-hmm. Okay, and expanded that way. So I'm just trying to give you an idea that Rome didn't, when you say a Roman, it wasn't an ethnic group.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And most people think so. Mm-hmm. It wasn't an ethnic group. An ethnic group was at the Senate and in the royal family. Claudius, who was the emperor, invades Britain in 43 AD. Romans found the city that we call London today was Londinium in Britain, and that was founded by the Romans. They needed a place to control their political seat. as they puppet those people. So, you know, a lot of people are finally in 68 AD, the Gauls and Spain rebel against Nero. You know, Nero was the Roman emperor, and try to claim their independence.
What year is this?
That was the year 69 AD in the Common Era, CE. Titus destroys Jerusalem and the Jews spread. Now this is a great murdering. This is in 70 AD. In 70 AD, Titus, who was a Roman general or emperor, destroys Jerusalem and Jews. The Jews have to spread to Armenia. Now this is how the Jews get dispersed. Now, this is a real important thing. After they're destroyed, after Jerusalem is sacked, and they kill every Jew they can find, the Jews spread to Armenia, Iraq, Iran, Arabia, Egypt, Italy, and Spain, and Greece. So they no longer have a homeland that they're now into. So that's how they get to all those different places. And that's in 70 AD.
The Jews then are not Africans, are they?
These Jews at this time, at 70 AD, is still predominantly African.
Oh.
But let me explain. There's a great mixture here. Okay? Many of them are mulattoes. They're the children of, you know, of mixtures. Because after, it's probably, these Jews maybe close to 40% African at this point. Okay. See, one of the things that people understand, when the Romans sacked and they took their wealth, many of the people who later, or the Europeans who become Jews, are Romans. Romans and Greeks become Jews. First they killed them and everything, and then they inherited their estates, and then later they just took over the religion. And people don't realize that. So later, the largest number of Jews become Greeks and Romans who convert to Judaism. And then the last wave, you know, are the Europeans, you know, from above Turkey in that area here, where you have the Khazars, Russia, and all that. So these Jews you see in New York, they're descendants of those European Jews. They don't have nothing to do. They don't have nothing to do with these people. They ain't even connected to these Jews. They just converted to the religion out of convenience, because the Muslims and the Christians were at war, and so they had to take a side. So since the Muslims and the Christians were at war, they decided to be Jews. And they became the traitors and sold to both sides. That's how the Khazars and them, and that's where the word Jew actually comes into existence, because there is no J in the alphabet during this time period. So there is no word called Jews. Talk about the Great Massacre. There's a couple of great massacres that just before, and this all happened before the Council of Nice. It is. Before, I had told you Romans had been putting foot up the behind of the Ghouls, the Dramatic tribes, and all of them were here. In 167 CE, Common Era, the Roman Empire is attacked for the first time by barbarians, the German Gudi and Marcomanni tribes. I mean, they're not defeated, but they're attacked for the first time, because other than that, they were never strong enough. The Germans would just come there and put foot up there behind. So this is the first, the Greeks, Romans would just go there and put foot up there behind. And this is the first time that they're starting to come into play. In 203 Common Era, so this is 100 years before Nice. right? Christians are massacred in Carthage. So that's in northern Africa. The Romans go there and massacre literally every Christian in the city. Carthage becomes a Coptic city, Christian city. 15.
You said 215?
Yeah, 215 in the Common Era, AD. There's a massacre of the Christians, the Coptans, in Alexandria. That's in Egypt, Alexandria, Egypt. Have the Coptics are going to retreat. That's why the largest Coptic nation became Ethiopia, because they were persecuted in Egypt because the Romans were controlling Egypt, so they had to move down to Ethiopia where they had protection. And so the largest Coptic church and the largest group of Coptics up into the modern world was in Ethiopia.
Is that when they built the rock-hewn churches? Because they are clearly Christian.
Right, yes. Yes. So that's when this era now of the Coptics are happening.
Okay.
All right, so you have to understand. And so they are moving in. So you see the Tekkens, all the things you saw in Egypt, now you'll see there, but with a Christian facade. Okay. And so the Coptics are Christians, at this point. So this is all after Serapis is created. That's the creation of the Coptics, so that we're clear, which was Greek. But I wanted to show you when the Romans embraced Christianity. They're killing everybody at this point, all the Christians. Imperator's ordered the first empire-wide persecution. Decius ordered the first empire-wide persecution of Christians that also kills the Bishop of Roma. And this is in 250 CE. So in 250 CE, what had happened, the persecution of the Christians were not necessarily the whole empire. It would be just a decree, like they just got on some nerves, okay, just go kill some Christians, But by 250, the tolerance of Christians had just, no. The whole empire was at war with anybody who was Christian by 250. And so even the Christians there were some Christians in Rome at that point, in Roma, they killed all of them. As I'm looking for this, is there anything else you wanted me to touch on? CE in the common
300.
Right. The population of the Roman Empire is 60 million. And 15 million are Christians. So I'm putting some perspective here. This is 300. So this is why you're going to have a Nicene conference now, pretty soon, you see now. Because now, even among the Roman people, or the people that's in the under the territory of Rome, are being converted to Christianity, because they see how these Africans are living. They see how these Africans are the purest of the people, or who have the most values, and the idea of the Romans with their foot down everybody's behind becomes repressive and backwards, and so as the Christians are being killed, they're getting more converts. Okay, all right, so I'm just saying, so that's 300, so you're getting an idea of what's going on. 303, now this is a big date, this is what I was looking for. In 303, in the Common Era, Diocletian and Maximilian ordered a general persecution of all Christians, including the destruction of all churches. 1,500 Christians will be killed in 8 years. That's from 303 to in 8 years, so that would be like 311. So between 303 and 311, over 1,500 Christians were killed, and all the churches were ordered to be destroyed. This is in the within the Roman Empire now. Now, Galerius or Galerius moves into power around 308 in the Roman Empire. And he relaxes the ban on Christianity. So in 311, so remember I told you from 303 to 311, over 1,500 Christians are murdered in all their churches. And Galerius relaxes the ban on Christianity, and that's in 311. So up to 311, boy, if you were Christian, you were in hiding. Okay, black or white, no matter what. If you were hiding out, or if you wasn't walking around with no cross on your chest or nothing like that. There, okay. Then in 311, Galerius dies, and Constantine fights for the throne.
Okay.
So you get in the time period because
Yeah.
they had the Nicene Conference during Constantine's time. Okay,
Yeah.
so now you see. So 311, Constantine is an emperor, but he's fighting for the throne. Okay, because there's a gap now. Constantine's defeat Maxentius and becomes emperor of the West and disbands the territory of the Guard. Constantine in 313 then destroys that part and becomes emperor of the East. So Constantine first he's the West, and then he kills all those folks in charge as he gets stuff together, and then becomes emperor of the East and the West. Constantine, and then in 313, Constantine ends the persecution of the Christians. So up into Constantine, so Rome and Christians was like oil and water from 30 BCE when Rome conquered Egypt, right, up until 313. So that's 300 years, because when Rome conquers Greece, that Serapis has already been developed by the Greeks. So, okay, all right. So the Romans are intolerable from the very beginning all the way to 313. 313 in the 60s. So that's like 300 years of their foot up anybody's butt who's in any religion, whether it's Judaism or Christianity.
So what is the culture? How are they?
Religion.
They don't tolerate religion.
Right. So it's whether you a Jew or Christian, and there ain't no Muslims at this time.
Okay. So how is daily life? What's going on? What's the economy? What's the there is no religion, so what's the economy like? What's the life like? What's happening?
All right, put it back on.
Okay, it's on.
All right. Let me explain. As a professor at one of the colleges in New Jersey, I'm sitting in the teacher's lounge, and two European professors are having a conversation. And one of the European professors looks over at the other one and said, you know, life's a bitch and then you die. And the other one said, you got that right. That was the way the outlook was in ancient Rome. You born, you pay taxes, and you die. And there's no remorse in between. That was the average life. If you were lucky, you didn't get enslaved.
So what were people doing? I mean,
You
were
worked.
primarily farmers.
You worked from sun up to sundown. And you were in a trade. So if you weren't in the military, and you weren't a farmer, you were a craftsman. Or you were somebody who was in the market trying to sell. Again, most people were enslaved. If you were regular citizens were enslaved. Only the rich were citizens of Rome. The aristocrat. There wasn't a real large common population until later. Even during this time, the regular common population is those people I call Italians, no, they weren't even really considered citizens. So you got the aristocratic class, and you got a slave class, a military, and then crafts, and your people who are working in the fields of feeding Rome. Rome was like a giant elephant that needed to be fed constantly. And so you needed these workers. You needed a large work crew of slaves working, bringing stuff back into the capital. And you're not paying nobody. So you can see how you can acquire wealth. You go, you kill nations, you take all their stuff, you annex the people, and you bring it back to Rome. Rome is inheriting the wealth from Persia, Syria, Turkey, the Hittites, all of these places. The Gauls, the France, Spain, they can't keep nothing because the Romans are taking all of that. And anytime they find out that somebody got something, that's where the Roman Empire is going. You understand? The Roman army's job was to bring booty into Rome. The Roman soldiers themselves weren't allowed to be in Rome. They weren't Roman citizens.
Okay.
It would be just like having a total mercenary army that's feeding the mother, in this case, Rome.
Okay. So there is no scientific development. There's no contribution to civilization to make life more humane, more. That's what I was trying to get at. But you explaining it.
Yeah.
Marvelous job.
No. You worked and you died. And the only educational thing would be the aristocratic family, right, who was still attached to the Moors or that still attached to the Africans, right? And remember now, there's this growing group of Christians because now they're attached to the Coptics, who are an educated group of people. So the masses of these Europeans are ignorant. They're coming in contact with the Coptics who are reading from their books, their holy books. They're reading from their scrolls. But they're reading in Coptic. And they're reading in Latin. More African people use Latin than any other group of people on the planet. Most people don't realize that.
Now, in Egypt, what is happening with the Egyptians, and are they moving south and getting the hell out from around
That's
these
exactly what's happening.
Explain that.
You have great migration. So the people who are in Somalia today, they have migrated from Egypt. The people who are in southern Sudan, you'll notice, for example, if you're in Sudan, just regular Sudan, you see a different look than you look when you go down to Somalia, and even parts of northern Kenya and things like that there. You know, those are people who had to hat up and just get right on out of Egypt. So they moved back. So the people in Somalia, ancient Punt will tell you that they were, Punt will tell you that they were the parents of Egypt, and then when the Egypt was sacked, they came back to Punt. And that's Somalia and all that area in there. Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, all of those areas. Those people migrated from Egypt, you know. So that's why you have the largest Coptic Christians are Ethiopia. They were all Coptics. These were people who migrated back out of Egypt and mixed with their brothers. They already had family in Egypt, Sudan, Somalia, all of that. So they just moved back where it was comfortable. Many of them did not migrate west until the Muslims come.
Okay.
So you don't have a Western migration. You have to understand, most Africans are not, we're not forest people. We're not from the tropical rainforest. We're savanna people. The great savannas. We come from the great savannas. And then only in the last less than 1,000 years have we migrated and populated Western Africa into the tropical rainforest.
But Ghana was a BC, began in
But look where Ghana was. Ancient Ghana in the BC wasn't at the coast of Western Africa.
Yes.
Ancient Ghana is like where Mali and Chad is in there. So it was right next to Eastern Africa, where the people had migrated there. So that's where Ghana was. And then Ghana kind of moved into the area kind of like where Mali was. And then when you had the Mali Empire, they moved further west towards the coast. And then the Sangat Empire is the one that engulfed almost all where you see West Africa today. So you have Ghana, Mali, Sangat. Each one moved further west.
Right.
So I need you to clearly understand that, you know.
So now comes the Arabs.
Right, that Arabs will come.
well, first,
Arabs don't come into the.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Wait, we're at 313, right?
Yeah, let's
where
deal
Constantine
with the
comes
fall of
Rome.
Rome,
Right.
and then the Arabs come in.
Right, then the Arabs. All right, so we're not far away. We're at 313. So at 313, Constantine has made a power play, then wiped out everybody, and now he's in charge of Rome. He releases, he expels the ban on Christianity.
Yeah.
So now you can be a Christian openly. Christians are coming out of hiding now. This actually, what? It increases Constantine's power. So now he's going to use this to his advantage. So now he has the regular people and he has the army on his side. He's defeated the West, so he has the army of the east and west of Rome, okay? He brings in some of the army that's out in Babylonia, Syria, and Persia and brings them back in. Now the Christians are not fleeing, so now they think he's a good guy. So this is where we are now. Constantine, he is the one who founds the city of Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire. Okay, right. So Constantine founds the city. He needs a new, fresh start now. There's some bad taste in his mouth of what Romans have done, to Christians and everybody up until this point. So now he founds his new capital, okay, and this is going to be a new seat of power. It becomes the capital of the Roman Empire under Constantine, okay. And he has the Nicene Conference, so there's several of them, 319, 22, 25. And this is where they're going to say, okay, listen, if we can't beat them, let's join them.
Right.
But we can't have this African version. We need our version of Christianity. And so in 319, they invite all the Coptics, all the Christians together. And they said, listen, we have to come up with one doctrine. We can't have all these different facets. North Africa, we got one form of Coptic Christians. In Asia Minor, we got another form of Christians. And now here in Rome, we got another form of Christians. We need one belief. And so Constantine put his boys to the test, and they rewrote what the Coptics had already had as a doctrine. And at that point, they tried to say that Jesus is the Son of God and that he is not born of man. Well, to the Coptics, that was silly. We've been teaching this for 300 years. No, that this character who we've made is Jesus was just another brother who was a great prophet. And they didn't want to hear that. We got to deify him. We got to make him the son. So they had a vote. All those who believe that Jesus is the Son of God, not born of man, from immaculate conception, and all that, raise your hand. All those who don't, give me nay. So Constantine had his army there, and all those who said, no, we don't believe that, Constantine had them murdered right there on the spot. They have witnesses of the first conference. They actually cut their heads open of the priests, and their brains spilled out on the tables of all those who were against Constantine's new form of Christianity. And then, after they killed half of the priests, almost half of the priests, he said, we're going to vote again. So now you understand what the second vote was like. Those who were...
I believe.
I believe, okay. So that was the sway, and that's the new face of Christianity, okay? So now, the Roman Empire is going to embrace Christianity, the new Christianity. And now we have Roman Catholicism. And that's the birth of the Roman Catholic Church. So, people need to see how, it eventually, how it came into play, then some of the first bishops and popes there were, there were some blacks involved in there. You had Saint Maurice, and you had some of these other people who played, dynamic parts, who were Africans, who were being used by them. In 380, Theodosius the First proclaims Christianity as the sole religion of the Roman Empire. So that's 380. So this is now about 50 years after Rome has accepted Christianity. See, they accepted it first, but they didn't make it the official religion. It was the seat of the Roman Catholic Church, but it wasn't the total official. By 380, they made it the official religion of the Roman Empire. So that means now, every place the Romans conquered, they were going to shove Christianity down your throat. Before, they weren't doing that. Before, when the Romans conquered you, they just wanted to steal everything of value you had. So the shift changes here. We're going to not only steal everything you have of value, but now we're going to shove this down your throat and leave some priests here behind to make sure you follow this. So not only do you have to give us all your wealth, now we want your soul too. So you can see this big change.
Absolutely.
In 400, by 400, the Western Roman Empire moves its capital to Milano. From Milano to Ravenna. And then I'm not going to go into great details, but at this point, the Roman Empire is every other day there's a new emperor. No emperor almost lasts more than 3 to 5 years. They're killed by members. And let me say this: more Roman emperors were killed by members of their army than by any foreigners. So this constant change of Roman emperors and heads was power plays inside of the society. You remember, the Romans are they're the annex of all these hodgepodge of people they've been killing it all along, right? Now, they tried to keep a succession of leaders in a family that were attached to the so-called, aristocratic family, And so, but then, who are these people? They're just the Macedonians, the Greeks, and the later. And so it's just one murder after another, all the way through. Nobody's voted in out of confidence and stuff like that. No, you get killed. Nobody lives to an old age as an emperor of Rome.
No, you were saying that they had, in 10 years, how many emperors?
13 emperors in 10 years at one time doing the thing. So, you need to be real clear that I guess that wasn't even a good title to have at one point. You look it over your shoulder. Right, and your sons, and a lot of them were done by your son killing the father. The father killed all his children to make sure none of them want to get, killing their wives. And it was, so it was real in play. So the Roman Empire, much of its undoing was its lack of values and greed within itself. It was like the monster from inside allowed the monsters from the outside to come in and sack them. So the constant power play of who's going to be the next, who's going to rule. I'm going to tax the people till they bleeding to death and they can't, like that, So there was always internal strife. So you kept the people unhappy because you bleeding them. You got everybody on the outside wanting to get you because you spent your whole life conquering all of them. So they can't wait to get revenge. So they're looking for any weakness, So it was just a matter of time before the empire would fall, And then this allows Persia and a couple other places to regain and get some strength, So the first time we have this big, for example, in 636, this is before the Arabs come into Egypt in 640. In 636, the Arabs invade Syria and Palestine and are to conquer them.
Now the Arabs are coming out of
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Okay.
And they've conquered by this time the Turks in Ottawa and annexed them and converted it into Muslims. So the Muslims are when the Turkish Empire, the Ottawa Empire, when they are able to defeat them, that's the rise of Islam. Mm-hmm. The rise of Islam is totally military power. Once they are able to defeat or annex the largest Asian power and convert them into I shouldn't say Asia Minor, that area. When they're able to conquer, those people. Well, believe it or not, there's almost as many Muslims in China as there are in the rest of the world.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm just trying to show you, once that military, came in, I know Islam's supposed to mean religion of peace. There's peace after I put my foot up your butt and converted you to our way of life. Then we can have peace among our brothers, and all those religions, though, anybody who doesn't belong to your club, your private club, you got your religion saying you could kill them. Mm-hmm. So that's why spirituality is so powerful today. How we have to embrace spirituality. So any of the religions is bad for African people. Yeah. I'll say that again. Any religion is bad for African people because what it does, sometimes you put your religion before you put your culture and your people. Mm-hmm. So that means your own people are destroying your own self. Mm-hmm. So that's what happened with Songhai, Mali and Songhai. They were converted to Islam. And then you had Muslims, African Muslims, killing Africans. And Africans who were not Muslims was open field on them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The sack of Ghana were African Moor Muslims destroying Ghana, weakening it so that it fell. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So religion itself was created by the Greeks. And then you had a stronghold. Once that philosophy then it began to spread all around the world, But religion was created by the Europeans and for control. Mm-hmm. And once they created that monster, it's still out of control today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can see it. So, when does Rome fall?
Well, Rome falls in the Germanic tribes. The Germanic and Vandal tribes are the ones that actually sack the Roman Empire.
Well, actually, I'm looking at North Africa, but then, I'm looking at Egypt.
640 is when Egypt was conquered by the Arabs. So, okay. So you had, once the Roman Empire fell, then the Turks and the Ottawa, the Mamelukes, they took control of Egypt. So the Romans, the Europeans didn't have enough power to hold on to that area. So the Asians, under the Turks, the Ottawa Empire, took control of the area that would be northern Africa.
All right, and now they spread all across Libya, Algeria,
right. Remember this area?
Morocco.
I still got my hand on this area here. So this area, all right, so once the Arabs, the Ottawa Empire is in here, right? So once they are converted to Islam, then they sweep down across all throughout the Arabian Peninsula and move into Egypt in 640. Mm-hmm. Once they get into Egypt and they got the power now here, and they convert the Africans here, then these Africans will move along all this belt here. See this belt that was all controlled by the Roman Empire?
Yes.
Well, the Arabs and I shouldn't say just Arabs, but I just say Islam because the majority of these fighters are Moors. They are to conquer all of this northern Africa. So all this area that was Rome, that was first Greece and then Rome, gets converted to Islam. And then, say, look, all the way over here. And then in 711, they move across the Iberian Peninsula into Spain. Mm-hmm. 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 So we're talking about in less than 100 years, Islam will sweep all across northern Africa. And even while they're conquering here, they're still spreading other places here. So they're to stay here for what, 700 years, from 711 to 1492. And I need to say, when they came in and conquered Europe here, it wasn't like the Islamic army came in and it just was so superior and just defeated them on the battlefield like the Roman soldiers would be. No. The people here were first of all, they were dirt poor. They didn't have no food. Wasn't hardly any trade. Europe was at its all-time low. They were devastated from the Crusades. So Europe is cash poor, people poor, food poor. So when the Muslims come in, they ain't got too much opposition. The people are almost cheering as the Moors are traveling through the streets. So sometimes people think that we just came in like the Cossacks and just start killing up people, and that's how we conquered. There was actually very little fighting in the Moors' conquest of Spain. Just little upheavals, here and there. But it was basically the people kind of like welcomed them almost. Because anything was better than what they were getting in Europe.
And these Moors had knowledge and the technology of Egypt because they were Egyptians.
They were Egyptians. And I need to really make that clear. When you just had the Moors in Asia, there were no great Sufi writings. Let me say this. When they came in and sacked Egypt, there was no Quran. Did you hear me? There was no Quran. There is no ancient Arabic writings. The ancient Arab architecture. No, this is going to be annexed and developed after they conquer Egypt in 640. They sacked the library at Alexandria and they convert all of that stuff. They gave the priests an ultimatum. You either join Amun-Ra today or you follow Islam. So a lot of Africans joined Amun-Ra and died, and others got converted. So the Sufi was birthed then. That's the Arab scholar. And so stuff got converted. So algebra, that was done in Kemet. But algebra is an Arabic name because the Arabs introduced algebra to everybody else. Okay, so
but these are
Africans
who
who are just converted to Islam, who were the ancient Kemet, who were the Egyptians.
So they are now Moors.
They are now Moors under Islam.
Who have very clear.
I want to be you clear, right? And so now the great architectural, the great writings, and then much later the Quran will be developed. And all the Quran does is just the Quran takes all the books, for example, the Old Testament. The Quran takes all the books of the Old Testament. All the prophets of the Old Testament are part of Islam. So they take Moses and all of that as part of Islam. It's just that the New Testament, the Prophet Muhammad is supposed to be the last of the prophets. And so they're coming to where they say Christianity got corrupt. They're coming to straighten it out. But it's just I know Muslims don't want to hear this, but the seat of power of Islam and Judaism and Christianity is all in the same place under the hands of Europeans.
Yeah.
So Europeans control the seat of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity.
That's right.
So they need to know. All of them are taking the orders from the same group.
Explain that a little.
No, I don't want to go to great, right now. But I'm just
not a problem. People
need to know that it's a facade of the division between Islam, Christianity, and Jews. War represents big business. The power structure needs them fighting among each other. That's good economic business.
And the Jews wrote all of the books, the Christian Bible, the Quran, and their own book.
Yes.
It's all under the control of the Jews. Even though, it's like you said.
Right. But I need you to understand, the original writers were not the European Jews. The European Jews inherited that.
Yes. Right.
Okay? And see, they got their real control of spreading their knowledge. See, in the 1200s, the Chinese invented the printing press. The Europeans reinvented it. I don't know if you can reinvent something in 1400s. So 1474, 1475, the Gutenberg press. That's in Germany again. So the Jews financed that. They didn't invent it. They financed it. And they knew he couldn't pay the interest back. When the Gutenberg press could not pay back the money, then the Jews, barons, took it.
Right.
And now they printed up their Bibles. Mm-hmm. And the Old and New Testament are now put together for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And under Martin Luther,
you would go crazy.